heralds really is fundamentally a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to have a base on the moon. We're going to send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.
Hey everybody, how are you going? How are you going? I am hoping very much that you can hear me. That is the very first hurdle for me to get across, that you can hear me. So please let me know in the chat as soon as you see me come in that you can hear me nice and clearly. I'm not 100% sure whether my ear set is working properly. You can hear me fine. That is that is a very good start. I am extremely new to this, guys, so be patient with me. I don't live stream very often. It's actually 5 o'clock in the morning. I've basically been up all night just trying to configure things, trying to get things right, doing all those things to try to get a good understanding of what I'm doing here. Luckily for me, it is Australia Day. It's actually a public holiday today. So it lines up very well if we get a launch today, which would just be awesome. I'm extremely excited, of course, because this is SN9. This is the very first time, hopefully, that we will see the full Starship do a big flight and land, a high altitude flight and land. So it's extremely awesome to see that. But first of all, what I want to know is, where is everybody from? We've already got, let me see the count. Where is the counter? We've already got over almost 3,500 people here already, and I've only literally just switched this on. Where is everybody from? Let me know in the chat. I love seeing this chat just go bananas. And look at that there. We do have slow mode on, but that is not going to stop everybody from simultaneously smashing the chat. Look at that. Literally from everywhere. We have Germany, USA, Brazil, Argentina, Washington, UK, France. Oh my gosh, they're just going too fast. I can't even read them. That is unbelievable. And, it's such an honor for me to be able to do this. And obviously, I don't normally stream live. I'm normally very scripted. So a little bit out of my comfort zone, I will say. But we have a good lineup here. I've got some general layouts here that I can switch back and forth with. Huge thank you to Lab Padre and also S Padre who I've messaged, and they're super happy to let me use their streams. Lab Padre probably will be using theirs a little bit more just because they have a better view right now. I'm just sort of quickly ticking through the different options that we have here, and I'll be totally honest with you, it's pretty foggy still. Let's just have a quick look at S Padre stream. I'm just looking at it on my side at the moment just before I go throwing it out there. So just 1 second. And I'm just going to switch the screen over here just to show you what I'm looking at from S Padre. And I better just make sure I've got my nice S Padre watermark there. So, oh, look at that. We have a super chat already. Thank you so much, Mr. Fester. Look at that. That's pretty awesome of you. I was told I could catch the Australian Open here. Well, that could very well be true. So this is what we are seeing right now from S Padre. From S Padre's camera. Now this camera, I believe, is roughly 9.5 kilometers away. And yeah, it may as well almost... Oh, look, we can see a bird there. That's about the only detail we can see right now. So not much to see there. We're going to be probably relying a lot more on Lab Padre. As I said, huge thank you to that. We're going to be paying some license fees for Lab Padre for the stream to help support him in what he does. So any super chats, all those sorts of things that come through are helping support, obviously, me and Lab Padre as well. Really awesome of him to let us do that. We're going to switch over to Lab Padre's stream now. Just 1 second while I figure out what I am doing. Yep. Need a little more practice, don't I? Okay. Here we go. So here we see the view from Lab Padre. We have it's even misty from this distance. Obviously, Lab Padre's cameras are very close. We're extremely lucky to have Lab Padre's cameras, and there is actually another one that we can probably switch to it at some point, which is going to be quite cool as well. But I think the further out shot at the moment gives us a bit of a wider view. There's not a lot going on right now with Starship itself. It's I think it's nice to be able to sit back a little from it and get a good perspective of the workings. You know, you'll see other vehicles moving back and forward, provided they haven't already closed them all out yet. So I'm still getting information on what's going on. You know, we're all working off, a form of feed here, which we're limited to the information that we get. Obviously, as SpaceX aren't talking to me directly, they're not talking to the other providers directly. We are really just out there watching. We can see a vehicle there, several vehicles actually running through the road there. So certainly not closed yet, but there is a lot more to check out here as the day progresses. Now we have, I believe, normally the window will be opening roughly now, and normally we will see SpaceX have a couple of hours really in preparation time before they will do the attempt. So my guess would be that we have probably an hour or two to wait. But let me just make sure that I've got high quality set on the stream there. Because that looks a little bit grainy to me. Let me fix that for us. Hopefully that's looking a little bit clearer to everybody now. I'm trying to keep a bit of an eye on chat as we go here as well. So yes, thank you very much, Robert, for the super chat. Awesome of you. That is, to be honest, totally unnecessary. Super appreciated, but yes, it all goes to a good cause and it helps us to really drive this home. What I'm going to do, though, hopefully you can hear everything okay, I am going to see if I can get a special guest to join us today. I am a huge fan of this particular individual, so I'm going to see if we can get Tony to join here. Tony, are you with us?
Marcus.
Tony, there he is. Tony Bella, everybody. Just amazing work that Tony does with infographics out there. If you've been on Twitter at all in the recent past, the last how long has it been, Tony, that you've been sort of really starting to make waves on Twitter the last 6 months or so, and
Probably 6 months.
Yeah, and Tony just makes these incredible graphics and things, which we'll show as we sort of talk a little bit more about Starship, as we start to answer questions and all of that sort of thing. So it's always hugely exciting to see people like Tony jumping on board, and I'll see if I can actually.
So I'm also living not far from Marcus in Australia. Bit of a time difference though. I think it's 4 a.m. here at the moment on a Tuesday morning. But I like Marcus. I think I got in maybe 45 minutes sleep. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not really, mate. It was all just preparation time. I did try to have a bit of a lie down. I don't think I really nodded off at all, so that was unfortunate. But it's one of those things, when you've got a big event like this coming up, it's kind of hard to really focus on getting sleep. I find just it's so amazing to be able to witness the things that we're able to do right now, and I don't think we should take it for granted, really, because in the end, we may not always have this access. SpaceX might decide that they want to limit access, and they're well within the rights to do that at some point. So, it's wonderful that we get to see this going on all the time.
No, they're definitely very open about what they've been doing. I guess the very nature of where they're situated, and they can't really put up a curtain around everything they have there. Would they if they chose to? I'm not sure, but.
I don't think they would. I think I've just put a little card up to Tony's Twitter account for anybody that's interested in who we're talking to here. Go and check out Tony's Twitter feed because it's full of wonderful diagrams, SN9 included, obviously, the flight that we're going to be seeing here. It's awesome to go and have a look at the detail in that, which we will do ourselves here shortly. I'm just realising that I'm just totally neglecting the chat already. That just goes to show how much of a novice I am.
I'm watching it there right now. It's someone from Calgary there. You've got a worldwide audience here.
It's kind of blowing my mind, to be honest. This is definitely a first for me. So we've got Daniel there with the £5. Thank you, Marcus, for the great content. Keep it up. Hope we see a beautiful start and landing here today. And yes, absolutely, Daniel. That's what we're all hoping for. It's starting to look like it's clearing up to me.
Just noticed Neopork is on board. Some of you may be quite aware of his work as well. Brilliant 3D artist that's doing some amazing renders of SpaceX, or specifically Starship. I'm sure we'll be talking about him and a few of the other. I'm big fans of their work. Other artists that are out there that are producing just some absolutely amazing work, and many of these pieces have been acknowledged by Elon himself.
Definitely,
and certainly Mark has been our champion for most of us, plugging our work, and big fan of Mark's too.
Oh, thanks, man. It's one of those things that is definitely a partnership that we all sort of share, and I can't take that for granted either. There is a lot of benefit that we get working with incredible people. I saw a super chat there from Raphael Adamy. Thank you so much, mate. Again, another awesome creator that makes wonderful things. I have to show you one of the shirts later. We've got Brendan as well. Brendan Lewis in the chat, and also moderating, that is just doing such extraordinary stuff, keeping up to date with all of the parts of Starship as they come together. And that is no small task. Let me tell you, I study that probably not quite as closely as Brendan does. Brendan works with me, helping to write some of the content that we do on the channel. And to tell the difference between this forward dome versus that forward dome, trying to keep track of where everything is, where it's moved to, trying to make sure that one's not the one that we have already seen elsewhere, and this sort of thing. It's an amazing effort, and we don't always get it. We don't always get it 100% right. It's impossible to, because we don't have an instruction sheet to go off, but we have a lot of clues to really help us gauge what's happening. And I think that's one of the most extraordinary things about this community, as I've grown with it, and as we've seen a few of the other channels that have risen up really quite rapidly as well. We've also seen Twitter followings of the creators of 3D artworks and all this sort of thing. And I could mention them all. We've got Seabass, obviously, Corey, who does just incredible stuff. There was a video the other day, literally blew my mind again. We'll have to show that a little bit later. Neopork, who does just the most detailed renderings that I've seen. Honestly, I don't think I've seen anything that's got quite the level of texturing and detail than anything that Neopork does. So, Bart's an amazing individual. We've got all sorts of other incredible work going on from Eric X and Eric. Small Stars. Yeah, that's right. Just to name a few. And I know, Tony, you're probably inspired by slightly different people in different ways. So let us know what your thoughts are.
Yeah. There's many artists over the years that I've been inspired by, science fiction illustrators. I'm just seeing a few notes here that my volume might be down. I'm not sure if that's something that you can fix there, Marcus.
I'll just tweak it a little bit. Just do a little more talking. We'll see if everybody's happy with that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a little bit better. Just trying that out. Yes. So many. I've always been inspired by some great science fiction writers and illustrators. Going way back to Chris Foss, one of my favorite illustrators. Particular, many people would be aware of a lot of his work. I think he's an English illustrator, but all these science fiction books that you sort of saw in the 70s and early 80s. He did a lot of these covers for big, massive ships that were. I'm not sure you would have seen one of his works at one point.
Yeah, yeah.
And he just creates a fantastic mood. But anyway, yeah, but these guys, you're right. I mean, the amazing work that is just kind of, and I'm seeing every other day, you're seeing more and more artists. I mean, the competition out there for us is amazing, you know. But it's great, you know. It's well, I don't even see it as competition, really. It's I just love seeing everyone's work and what everyone's doing, and we're all doing slightly different things, you know. I think I concentrate on infographic illustrations describing how the events happen or going to happen. Hopefully this is going to be a 100% mission with a landing this time instead of 98.
Yeah, that's it. You know, Starship serial number 8. You know, it almost got there, and I think, you know, I've had so many comments in the comment threads on my videos lately. You know, a little skeptical about why that failed, thinking that it was more that it ran out of fuel and this sort of thing. I'm not sure if it's been 100% confirmed, and if, you know, like I said before, I don't always get everything right. I've got a reasonable database of memories from Twitter, from Elon Musk and SpaceX and whatnot, but I believe that the main issue was to do with the pressure loss in the header tank for the liquid methane, and there was an issue, I think, with the gas feed into that to actually make the space for the fuel to adequately come out. So much so that you know, who knows, if you have got a big difference in pressure, it can essentially implode a whole tank, or it could you know, do all sorts of crazy stuff. So we don't really know the full story behind it. All we do know is that was presumably what caused the raptors to start eating themselves. So if you kind of imagine you've got a very large volume of liquid methane, liquid oxygen mixed together into the Raptor engines to actually ignite, and what is going to actually happen if all of a sudden there is a big reduction in the amount of methane coming in? It's going to become very oxygen rich. From my point of view, not being a huge chemist or anything, but if all of a sudden your mixture becomes very oxygen rich, the heat may rise a lot, enough to presumably eat the engines. That's why we saw all of that green exhaust coming out of the engines right there at the end. It was basically consuming the copper in the engine itself, I believe. So, you know, that's interesting. Happy to hear other comments on that. But yes, it's quite interesting to know why that failed. Essentially, from my understanding, and whether this has changed since back then or not, I don't know. But quite soon after the SN8 actually made completed its mission, it was announced that they were going to use. I think it was going to use new supplementary pressure feed systems to actually address that problem. I'm not sure whether that is still the case for SN9. I believe it is. Interested to know if anybody has heard anything different. But yes.
I'm noticing a lot of questions asking when the launch is. Well, we're kind of hoping it'll be in the next few hours. It's, I guess... if it doesn't happen today, there's certainly the window is road closures for the area are for the next 2 days at least, and basically that's SpaceX don't announce when they're going to launch their starships. They it's a lot of guesswork and accurate guesswork, I guess, on YouTubers and any commentators following its progress. Based on road closures, the most obvious sign.
Yeah, that's it. And as far as we're aware, the preliminary testing has gone okay so far. There was some testing done, I believe, roughly an hour ago. Those things have to succeed before they can move forward. If we haven't heard by now that it's cancelled or seeing signs of that, then that's a very good sign that things are okay. So all we can do is wait for some more information to come to light as we're watching here and keeping all the all the enthusiasm around the day. So obviously we haven't had full road closures yet. We're still seeing vehicles out there. Interestingly, you may see there next to SN9, there's another small tank on the left-hand side there. That small tank is SN7.2, and that is a brand new test tank that they are going to presumably test to destruction. And that is always entertaining, frankly. It's always entertaining. I would quite like to live stream that as well, if it's not so late late at night. But it's always fun because, I mean, they're essentially always intending to explode them in one way or another. And we've seen the last few with SN7 and SN7.1. They have both, exploded quite spectacularly with the pressure of the liquid, the liquid nitrogen that they feed in there. So it's they're always extremely fun to watch. I feel like I should probably skim through super chats because I've been kind of neglecting everybody. So appreciated. I honestly didn't expect it. You guys are amazing. You really are. It blows my mind every day. So we have Lord Kurth. I always expect your videos to start with Marcus House in the house, but they never do. Marcus House in the house. Funnily enough, I have never heard that before, mate. Never. No, I literally get it, I think, as one of my first comments every week. So yes, I will probably refrain from using that one. Leon, enjoying the stream, hoping for a good flight for SN9. Me too, mate. Me too. Those were some early ones that I missed. Brendan Banks, we have fifth. I'm not sure what the currency there. Most appreciated, Benjamin. Awesome of you. Little keep it up emoji thing there. And greetings from Strasbourg in France from Jean there. Awesome of you. Gillian, another it's $8 Australian. Thanks so much. You guys just rock. You really do. Awesome. So yeah, it's probably worth having a little bit of time talking to a few other people in the future. I think it'll be really interesting, I think, to get some added guests. I'd love to have people like Corey and Neopork and even Brendan maybe on the channel. That's it all depends on how camera shy people, not camera shy, but audio shy people are, if that's a word. And I think it would be exciting not to have just me. I guess not that I'm a self-conscious person. I just don't see a lot of interest in just listening to me bang on for so long. I think it's interesting talking to other people and getting a good mix of opinions on things. I missed another super chat too there from Sean. Greetings from Hawaii, Marcus. I think you have consistently assembled the best Starship content. Thank you so much for the tech coolness. Thank you so much. We really do try to put in a lot of effort into the videos. I think typically, I think Gameplay Review UK, Adam, I think he's in the chat, helps me a lot with just the editing process of each video. I think that we use roughly 30 hours just in editing the video down. That's after everything else is done. It's really quite it's quite a process to do that every week. And we haven't missed 1 week. If you look back at the video thread, we haven't missed 1 week for well over a year now. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the team that helps me do that, who all benefit from the funding and things that you guys are putting forward. So thanks so much. Sorry, Tony, I think you were starting to say something before, Tony. I kind of cut you off.
No, you're right. I just noticed Eric said a big hello. It's just great seeing all these guys watching at the moment. All these people that have Marcus has, as I said, supported us, and in turn we hope we're giving a bit back to him as well. And I'm just going through these too. I think I'm just a little bit delayed on my reading through, but that's all right. I'll probably catch a few that maybe Marcus has missed. Looking through the chat now. It is a bit. There is a little bit of lag. I think we've worked out there's about 10 seconds, about 10-second delay in what we're seeing compared to it coming up on the live broadcast here.
Yeah. I've got you, Tony, turned up about as much as I can, I believe. There's a couple of people saying that you're possibly just a little quiet.
Yeah.
Not sure. It's
I'm yeah. This is a first for me as well. So probably the setup of this isn't probably quite ideal. But unfortunately, I'm just using the mic direct feeding from my Apple here. But,
yeah, that's okay. You actually sound quite right to me. There's a number of comments there saying it's about right to me. So if it's a little bit low, it's only a little bit low. So that's fine. Just double checking all the different streams there, the different opinions from people. It's awesome that we can instantly get feedback from everybody. I really love it. So. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people saying scrub. It's like, no, I don't believe we've had any talks about any sort of scrub. It is actually quite windy. The wind gust there on Lab Padre's stream currently showing 30 miles an hour. That's quite a high wind speed for a launch, I believe. I can't quite recall. I vaguely remember hearing something like it needs to be down around maximum 20. So whether I guess I'll be looking at that, hoping that will actually fall a little bit over the next hour or two as they prepare for the flight. Likewise, if anybody's got any extra information on that, I'm interested to hear it as well. Yeah, a couple of people in this chat saying, yes, 30 miles an hour is way too high. And I believe that is the case.
And the foggy conditions, shouldn't affect, as far as all their telemetry and everything, their readings of a launch. It's more probably a visual thing for us, but they do want to put on a bit of a show too.
Yeah.
So I guess, but things aren't going to clear up too much more. In the next few hours. I'm not sure what the afternoons have been like as far as the fog there.
Yeah, well, local time, we're just coming up to 12:30 p.m, so, just around lunchtime there. So that's, you would have expected most of the fog that was there would have dissipated by now. I know early morning they definitely have a fairly large amount of fog simply because it's typically a fairly humid place. Not sure what the temperatures generally get up to at this time of year, because obviously it's more the winter period. Over in the US, over here, I'm actually hot because it's summer, right in the middle of summer here, and it is hot where I am. It's even at 5:30 in the morning. So, yeah, it's sweltering. Probably not as hot as it is up where you are, Tony. You're a lot further north than I am.
No, we've had some fantastic temperatures. It's about during the day about 28 degrees Celsius, which is about 70. 77, 78, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
I need to bring up my little calculator.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
We actually, oddly enough, where Marcus lives, I think it snowed this year, didn't it? Yeah. In Tasmania.
Yeah, last year it did. Yeah.
A bit of snow.
In 2020 we actually got snowfall down to where we are right here. So we have really wild seasons. To the point where we're sweltering in summer because we're so far south. If you look up on a map, I'm in Tasmania. That's as far south as you can go in Australia. That's the little island right down the bottom, and we get very long days. So it's not unusual this time of year for the sun to be going down around 9:30 at night. 9:30 p.m. at night is usually when the sun's really starting to set. And in winter we get very short days where the sun's not really rising properly until 8:30 in the morning. So yeah. Thanks so much again. A few more few more super chats there. 64 Pink 256. Great work. Brit or Australian? We are Australian. And yes, we sound, I guess, like what's the typical Australian celebrity, mate? It's usually Crocodile Dundee or the
probably not.
or the Crocodile Hunter.
We sometimes
Steve Irwin.
Sometimes sometimes cringe when we hear the Australian accent because in films, because the actors normally put on the accent a little bit thicker, and you kind of even it's like Crocodile Dundee. I don't know too many people that actually speak like him.
Yeah,
but
I can do it if I'm putting it on. But yes, another super chat there earlier from Leon as well. Thanks, Leon. Thanks very much for everything. Awesome. Yeah, that's true. Hugh Jackman is probably the most popular Australian, I think. Although he has Americanized his accent a little as the years have gone by. So it's probably good. It seems like we don't know a great deal about when the launch time is going to be. I keep getting that question: when's the launch? When's the launch? We don't know exactly. We are anticipating that it's probably going to be at least another 2 hours. But yeah, we don't know. We don't know for sure.
What we can say, what we're expecting is a similar launch to SN8, and so a few people have asked what's the difference between the two. Not much actually, but I'd suspect that the next couple of launches will be of similar altitudes, and they need to get a landing.
Yeah,
they need to get a landing.
Yeah,
I guess
definitely.
And so there's probably no point in going any higher until they land. They know.
Yeah. And actually, that raises a great reply to that, essentially by Charleston there, with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Asking what would be the next logical step if this launch and landing goes well, and do we have any updates on the NASA landing space contract winning as well? So 2 questions there. First of all, the launch and landing. If it does go well, if it goes flawlessly, I still expect they will probably do another similar flight, maybe to a higher altitude. This altitude, we believe, and look, again, we may be wrong in this, but at one point recently, it was dropped to 10 kilometres, from 12.5 to 10 kilometres in altitude, as far as we know. We are hearing that it could be back up to 12.5 kilometres, so it's going to be interesting to find out. In the end, maybe they'll go higher, maybe they won't. I don't know. It's not unusual for Elon Musk to sort of pull a bit of a rabbit out of his hat and do something a little bit unexpected. So it might be that right at the last minute they say, take it up to 15. Who knows what they're going to do? It's going to be exciting to find out. So yes, I think that's a good lead on to that question. Another super chat there from John Morissette, enjoying the coverage. Thanks so much, John. Appreciate it, mate. So I just can't believe these super chats are coming in like that. This is quite literally one of the first live streams I've really done, with the exception of a group one that I did with both TJ and Felix from What About It, when we were essentially interviewing Scott Perezinski and watching the demo 2 mission. So that that was really the last time I've tried live streaming, and this time I'm quite literally on my own. Before, we were just sort of doing a partner feed, and it was all very simple for me. I was very hands off. But yeah, sorry, Tony, I kind of cut you off again there. But you were talking about
you're right.
you were just talking a little bit
you
about the profile.
About the moon, the landers.
Yes.
SpaceX and their Artemis, part of the Artemis. So they're obviously still deciding. NASA is still deciding on which way to go as far as the moon landers concerned.
Yeah.
Which also I assume that I don't think has anything officially been announced as far as a new date. I'm assuming possibly that 2024 may not be still on the cards as far as a landing date for the moon.
I've always kind of been skeptical of 2024, especially for NASA, because it seemed like a very compressed target to me as soon as they announced it. I'm a huge fan of Jim Bridenstine. I'm really sad to see him go. I know it's just part of the typical rotation of staff in politics in the US, but at the same time, I think he's been so valuable to NASA and to actually try to get enthusiasm back to what they were doing. And incredibly beneficial speeches that he did around the Demo 2 mission, the Crew 1 mission. Just awesome to see the excitement that's come back from everyone. And we haven't seen this. What we're seeing now, this new space race, we haven't seen this since the moon landing campaign, since Apollo was ramping up, and I missed all that. And like I have recently heard a number of people publicly in videos saying, oh, you know, it's been done before. We've landed on the moon before. We've used propulsive landings before, and that's absolutely true. We did an amazing thing over 50 years ago now, landing people on the moon. Very much hypergolic fuels, all that sort of thing, which really are the most reliable systems. You just basically pump two liquids together, and they essentially self-combust, and away you go. You have got ignition without any other systems involved. I think what people still misunderstand, or what people still gloss over, is the fact that they're landing propulsively with orbital class boosters. Now, that is not something that was done in the past. Yes, they've had test vessels that could hover and land. You know, we've seen New Shepard many times hover and land from vertical takeoff. The velocities we're talking about are minuscule compared to what the Falcon 9 is doing. Absolutely minuscule, and to try to compare the two directly isn't really that fair. And a lot of people sort of still try to do it, try to compare them directly. And in regards to things like moon landers, that's a totally different ballgame as well. It's much simpler in some regards because it's low gravity. You only need really a single low thrust engine if you've got a small vessel like the Apollo vessels, like the lander. It's very different. Whereas we're talking now in the future about potentially landing the Starship on the moon with a slight different variation to what we're seeing here in the background right now with SN9. We're talking about landing quite significant masses on the moon, and we still don't know yet exactly how the engines for that are going to work. We've seen mock-ups in the past where it appears that there's sort of several engines up around the top of the vessel, and that that's kind of interesting in itself to know what they might be. There was a lot of skepticism saying that they were probably lights, but I believe that the intention was that they were going to be smaller engines that would allow the exhaust plume to sort of dissipate a lot before it makes a huge mess of the lunar surface and kicks up dust everywhere. Don't know if you've heard much about that yourself, Tony, about the lunar Starship. Any recent updates on it?
As far as Moonlander is concerned, well, I know there was so the three different contractors that are vying for the lander, being SpaceX, Dynetics, and Blue Origin. They're vastly different machines.
Yeah.
So, and I know they're fully supported still at this point. Anyone could be a winner.
Yeah.
The disadvantage, I guess, is basically how they get to the surface once they land. Now, Dynetics have the shortest distance, where it's even a shorter ladder than what the lunar modules had. I think maybe only 2 meters at most. But the Blue Origin, I think that's a little bit of a hike. If you look at how tall this structure is, you're talking about probably a 2-story climb down a ladder.
Yeah.
And then you look at SpaceX. Well, SpaceX are avoiding that by having an elevator system, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll be wanting to climb a ladder. That 50 meters down to the. I'm assuming too that I think they're very similar size. The Moonlander design is basically a Starship, just configured slightly differently.
Yeah. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the design for that progresses, assuming that they are selected. One of the biggest drawbacks to the Starship as one of the first moon landers, I think, is that really, unless you've got some massive legs, because you can never really guarantee the softness of the lunar surface, you kind of have to have a very stable vessel, I think. And you've got Starship coming down. It's a very top-heavy vessel. I mean, just to give you a bit of an idea on that for everybody that's kind of curious. The Starship itself is roughly 50 metres tall, as far as we know. That's 160 feet, and it's a very it's a very tall, skinny vessel when you really look at it. And with the little legs that it has currently, and these little legs just pop out from underneath. We've seen a number of the visions of that from SN5 and SN6, and also the we didn't quite get to see them pop out with SN8, sadly, but we may get to see them here with SN9. The idea has been said for quite a while now that they're investing a lot of time trying to find the best solution for legs. And I imagine they're going to have to open up quite a lot wider. They're either going to have to flip way out in some way that I can't quite envisage in my head. I know there's been a number of great renders from the community. Eric X, I know, has done a bunch of them. I think Corey did a couple. I know Casper Stanley, who I haven't ever actually mentioned yet. A huge fan of Casper Stanley. There's a number of mock-ups they've done that sort of show some potential options for legs flipping out a lot wider than what we see currently. But in the end, it's not just the stance width, it's also suspension systems and all that sort of stuff. When we look at something like the Falcon 9, you've got these huge big legs that fold out, obviously very heavy. You want to cut down as much mass as possible, especially because you're taking this vessel all the way to the moon. So every little fraction of a ton, every single kilogram, every single pound, however you want to talk about it, it's all incredibly important to get to the minimum possible to increase the payload down to the lunar surface. And this is obviously all after it's been refueled a number of times, 5 times more than that maybe, before it can actually make that journey from low Earth orbit. So, it's to me it seems like a long shot for the first vessel. I think if they already had landing pad infrastructure there where Starship could just come down, be guaranteed to be able to land on a nice level surface, not as much of a problem. But in these first few missions, you got to wonder whether you've got to have a very stable, very well surveyed landing location, and some at least pretty good legs to be able to make sure that the vessel remains stable and level. Probably should.
Well, we're not even entirely sure yet if they're even going to stay with the legs that are currently on the Starship. Now, just to be clear, the entire rocket with the Super Heavy is also known as Starship. That does get a little bit confusing sometimes, but the whole thing is Starship.
Yeah.
And then you have the Super Heavy, which is the booster part of the Starship, but it's still part of Starship. But anyone following recently with Elon's mentioning that legs, we don't need legs. He wants to do away with the legs, at least on the lower part of the Super Heavy section, the booster section, which I think I still have just coming up now. I think it's a slight render.
I'm just going to pull this.
Of the lower.
I'm just going to pull this up. Just bear with me a little. I'm still getting used to this. So, as we talk about this, I'm just going to steal Tony's graphic. Thank you, Tony. Right. Let's.
Yeah, that's right. Now, obviously, those legs. So, my thoughts with the legs currently on the upper half or the Starship. Certainly, when they did the tests for successfully landed SN5 and SN6, it looked like the legs, certainly with Earth gravity, gave way a little bit under the weight, and that's something that obviously can be improved with controlling of hovering at a slower speed as it lands. But these will have to be obviously designed to be reused multiple times. I'm not sure. So the booster, certainly, he wants to be able to turn around in an hour or something like
Yeah,
that.
basically, he wants it that rapidly reusable that they could pretty much just fly it within an hour or two. And obviously, one of the big things was trying to remove the legs so it could be essentially landed straight into the dock, which was the first idea that you mocked up. It doesn't seem like that long ago, and then more recently, they're now talking about catching it out of the air somehow, which seems even more crazy to me. But is it possible? I don't know. I have learned not to write Elon Musk off because some of his ideas may be crazy, but sometimes he makes the crazy possible. So I'm interested, actually, what everyone else thinks. So there's been two options talked about more recently by Elon Musk. One was landing the booster directly into the dock in some way, and one was to actually have no legs at all, no sort of docking mechanism at all, no landing legs at all, but to actually just catch it with some form of mechanism right out of the air as it was coming down to land, presumably with some system that's hooked off the main launch tower or some other elaborate thing. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'm interested in other people's opinion. I'm always after more evidence to talk about that one. It seems bizarre to me.
Certainly, the idea of catching it where it launches from is so that it does have that rapid turnaround. There have been a lot of ideas put out there as far as big nets and quite elaborate. Obviously they catch the fairings at the moment from the Starlink launches, and they're probably 60-70% successful with those catching those fairings, but that's not how they're going to catch. They're not going to be able to catch the super heavy that way.
I know what you mean. It seems a bit bananas to me. But yes, as we sort of look a little bit more around the graphic, that gives you an idea on the real scale of the booster and the Starship together. So the part we're looking at, let me just put it back on screen. Let's make sure that my feed's nice high quality again.
Now something that I have probably made a mistake on was I think the Super Heavy booster probably won't have fins now, and I really thought about this too, and I think I have the fins still on there. I'm not 100% sure on that though, but I imagine they would interfere with it coming back and landing again. And I don't think they're. I think they're just solidly attached. I don't think they rotate in any way, and so I think they may do away with those fins. They are for stability, more so on the launch.
Yeah. You've got to remember as well the amount of gimbal control that they've got on the Super Heavy itself is pretty crazy. So they've got quite a lot of control there. And, Falcon 9 doesn't really... I mean, Falcon 9 does have a little bit of drag towards the rear of the vessel because of the massive legs. I don't know how much that really equates to a lot of drag. So apart from that, it's always been a very slim rocket, no big fins. Not like the Saturn V, which had really huge fins down the bottom of the vessel. But if we switch back over to Lab Padre's feed there, just comparing it, so obviously here we're looking at the Starship. We have the full height of that being roughly 50 meters, and yes, if we compare that to Tony's graphic again, that gives you an idea on the real scale. So the Super Heavy booster is larger again, and I believe that's around, correct me if I'm wrong, that sort of sits around 70 meters tall, the Super Heavy, which is around 230 feet or so.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
right.
so it's really a monstrous part of the launch, and it's obviously intending to come down and land just like we see with Falcon 9. Whether it lands directly on a launch mount or is caught out of the air at some point in the future, I don't know. I suspect it's probably going to start off with legs. Would be my guess. I think that's a pretty fair assumption at this point. But it's going to be interesting. I just wanted to have a quick skim through the chat there to see what other people's opinions are. on that particular option. Is there a general consensus here about whether it's unlikely that they would be caught out of the air versus landing straight in the launch mount? Let's see. We have a few people here talking catching out of the air. Seems quite realistic. That's cool. That is a cool thing to see. A lot of people asking when the launch is. We still don't know. If anybody does, as soon as somebody sees the SpaceX stream pop up or a message from anyone in particular, like Elon Musk, it's going to be very interesting to see. Big welcome there to Matt Lown in the chat, who is chatting away there, saying, nah, landing legs at first initially. Yeah, I'm sure it will be, mate. I'm sure it will be. It's hugely improbable, I think, to make any hugely advanced system that's outside normal landing legs, at least for the prototype vehicles. Remember, the first booster that we're going to see fly is just a prototype. So that's being constructed right now. We have BN1, booster number 1, and that is going to, I think, as far as we heard, and I may be out of date on this. As far as I know, they're going to use 2 engines minimum on that, possibly more, but as far as we know, it was originally planned to be just 2 Raptor engines. Probably something just a little bit similar to a flight profile that we might have seen with Starhopper or SN5 or SN6. I imagine they're going to do a fairly short hop with it. Got a few super chats there coming through as well. By the looks of that, we have Ola Anderson. Hi, Marcus. I usually look at Tim, Everyday Astronaut, and what about it? But you give a nice Australian touch to the mix. Don't stop. Greetings from Sweden. Thank you. Most appreciated. And Kinetic Cowboy, will successful landing by SN9-10 provide opportunities for envelope pushing? Go for broke reflights considering rapid design improvements. Look, I think so. I think if SN9 achieves everything they want to achieve, SN10, as far as I'm aware, is very, very similar. In its structure, we're seeing, and Brendan again keeping very up to date with all of the different parts around the place. We know that SN15 is going to be very different, so that's going to be interesting to see. We think there's some differences as well with SN11, but I don't know how many of those things have really been confirmed, at least publicly, so I won't say too much about that. But we know at least that the test tank that they're testing now, the SN7.2, we believe that to be a 3mm thick steel rather than the typical 4mm steel that we've seen more recently. And look, a lot of people have said multiple times, it's not that big of a deal. Dropping 1/4 of the weight off the tank, at least the tank sections of it, that's a big deal. That's a huge mass drop. So if they can get that to work, and they can get it to work in a nice, reliable way, no pressure losses, like we've seen more recently with many of the more recent Starships, we've had no problems with explosions like we had earlier on in the whole exploration through the first set of prototypes. I think it's going to be really interesting to see. So if the new version of SN2 can achieve that pressure that's required, then that is going to be a huge step in the right direction. And then I think we're going to start to see some quite large changes to the launch targets. Hopefully with the whole aim of having orbital flights going by the end of this year, and I think that's a realistic goal. I know we can get a little bit tied up in Elon Musk timelines and take some comments a little too literally. We know that he is a little overly optimistic at times, but I think looking for orbital flights by the end of this year is certainly possible at this stage anyway. If the Super Heavy can do its test flights reasonably quickly without too big of an incident, then I think we'll be well on the way, especially if some of these Starships will actually start doing quite substantial launches and landings repeatedly.
A lot of the information that I put in my graphics and that Marcus reports on his YouTube channel in regards to the actual flight, it's a lot of it is speculation and pieced together from little things that Elon has said and various people that have come out from SpaceX and have said in regards to. I think, for instance, with SN8, when it first launched and it lost one of the engines, that was the assumption certainly I had made, and I think many had made, that one of the engines had gone and it was compensating. It was actually scheduled to shut down.
Yeah.
That was something that I didn't put in my graphic initially, and then obviously then the second Raptor cut out. And it was basically so that it didn't exceed its height limit, and I think also the height limit is partly it's a legal. The FAA may have set that target as being, because initially, I don't know if many people remember, it was set for a 15-kilometer height, and they had changed that down to 12.5.
Yeah. That's
that was
certainly
never
true.
Explained.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't quite recall exactly why they decided to lower it. It was one of those things where it was 15 kilometres for a long time. In fact, it was 20 kilometres at one point, I believe. Well, we've just had Lab Padre switch camera view there.
Yeah.
And back again.
Yes.
I think it started off as 20 kilometres, did it not?
We're seeing these. I'm wondering if it's the same truck pickup going back and forth. These roads wouldn't be open, would they, to public right now? They'd be SpaceX employees driving along those roads. Is that right?
I would imagine so. This late in the
I know
day.
it's public road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine so. This late in the day. We keep on getting the same. How long until we have launch? We keep getting that one repeatedly, which we always will. We're not sure yet on the launch time for those people that are asking, but yes, we'll keep you posted as soon as we do. It's really terrific to be able to see, and I get to see Lab Padres sort of centered that camera view a little bit, which is really neat.
I mean, people forget how massive this thing is. This is a large rocket that's launching. I think that's what I generally like to illustrate. I mean, we're talking, I mean, it's once complete with the booster, it's going to be at least with another 15 to 20 meters taller than the Saturn V.
Yeah. Exactly.
This is massive, and for it to land the way it does, I'm pretty sure. So the difference between the Falcon 9 and the way this lands is, I'm pretty sure that the Falcon 9 can't hover, whereas this can hover. I'm not sure how long it can hover for, but when you actually look at the tests of SN5 and SN6, that was actually it was hover test, because it lifted up 50 meters, moved and hovered across. So as far as precision landing in a capture system without legs, it is quite doable. It's certainly it's going to be something. It's something to achieve. It's going to be hard to do, but it's doable.
Yeah, and the booster is certainly hoverable. I can't quite recall. There has to be a certain mass, I believe, in the Starship for it to be able to hover, so it can go down. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Again, I think the Raptors can throttle down to 40%. I think was the last concrete stat that we heard on it. So yes, it has to have, and those Raptors are incredibly powerful. So and we've seen SN5 and SN6 make those landings, almost hover those things, but they had specific mass simulators on top of those to kind of simulate a little bit more mass to the vehicle. So there may still be some limitations to how how much they can hover with the one engine. If it was absolutely empty, there may still be a slight difference in the thrust needed to do that. But I imagine for the most part, they're always going to be returning with a certain amount of fuel. Obviously, in the header tanks, they're going to be returning with cargo. They're going to be returning with various things. But there would have to be, presumably, there would have to be a specific mass there. Unsure if it could hover on one engine when it was almost dead empty and completely dry, as in no cargo, no anything in it. That's an interesting question. Some people might be able to actually calculate that. We know that the thrust for the Raptors is around, so it's sort of around 200-ish tons, 200 metric tons of force for one engine. That's an extreme amount of power. So, it's these things aren't toys. They're incredibly powerful engines, and it almost reminds me of we should probably bring up Corey's Raptor engine for those people that don't know much about it. I have to see if I can find it. Before that, though,
Mikel Toulouse, I think I'm pronouncing his name right. He's asking how high could Starship go without its heavy booster if it has no payload? Now, I actually put this question to Marcus quite a while ago. When I was doing some research, could Starship without the booster make orbit? And that is certainly something you can do.
Yeah,
without a payload on.
Way back, and we're going a long way back. Whether this still holds true or not, I'm not sure. But there was a tweet from Elon Musk saying it's technically possible to get it to orbit, assuming zero payload. And that sort of thing, but I believe the dry mass was probably calculated to be quite a bit lighter than what it is right now. And this is all in the aim of trying to reduce that dry mass by reducing the thickness of the steel on the new test tank to the 3mm. That's a huge step towards achieving the dry mass that they really need. And there's still a lot of prototyping to do. There's nothing promised here, I guess, is the thing that is the takeaway. It just because the aim is to do these things with the vehicle the way it is doesn't mean it's going to work out 100%. There's going to be iteration. There's going to be the odd mishap. We had quite an entertaining year at the same time a frustrating year, I guess, last year, where we witnessed SN4 explode. We witnessed SN3 folded in half. Am I misremembering that? SN3 is the one that folded in half, I believe. And, obviously the Mark II exploded. That was the very first one to sort of make a lot of news, and that was when people started to really notice. It's funny, you sort of tend to drive a bit more audience when there's an explosion going on or in the news. So, yeah, it's interesting to sort of keep track of these things. But more recently, we haven't had any real mishaps with the pressure systems. It's been really good. So since SN4, it's been pretty clean. Just quickly, we have a few super chats to go through. Oh, man, thank you guys so much. We've got Kinetic Cowboy. Will successful landings... Oh, hang on, we've already done this one. Go for a break. Sorry. Going back too far. Leon Yoda, considering how accurate the drone ship landings are, catching the rocket would just require them to make the rocket hover and then have the infrastructure to catch and hold the weight of the rocket. It's believable to me. So yeah, Leon there, in favour of the idea of catching the huge super heavy booster as it comes down. I certainly think it's possible. I've never said that it's impossible. I think that the engineering involved and the accuracy needs to be extremely high, as you say there, Leon, where you have to have, almost, to the half meter kind of accuracy for some sort of massive arm system to sort of come and guide it into some sort of capture device, however they would do that. But I agree, absolutely would be possible. Whether it's practical is the main question, I think, which is going to be interesting. We have another one there from Alex M. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. We have Neopork. Oh, thanks, mate. thanks for coming and joining the stream. Awesome work you do. We're huge fans of it, and in fact, I feel like I need to put up one of my favourite images from Neopork. I just love it. Let me see if I can quickly track it down for you.
While you're bringing that up, I'd love to see. I'd love to have Neopork and Eric and Casper. Everyone has to have a go at doing this and chatting about. It'd be great if we were all here. You know, I had suggested that for future launches, if this looks like it's fairly successful, but I'd like to introduce doing maybe live graphics there's Neo's work. Some live graphics of anyone having ideas and producing something live while we're doing these talks, which would be providing something a little bit different to what everyone else is providing out there.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is the one I was talking about there. This is the naked Starship, and there's a few variations of this. There's actually a little bit of an older one now. Actually, I've been hanging on to this one for quite a while. But just the detail in these models, it really does blow my mind. Even if we zoom right in here, so a little bit further out maybe. All the stringers and whatnot, super detailed in their implementation there. You can see straight through them into the 3 Raptor engines. I mean, this could be SN9 sitting there on the pad, and it doesn't look that much different, even though it is a little bit of an older render now. And as we zoom out there, we see the different components of the Starship, and I think it's actually useful for those people that are unsure about how the inside of the Starship is laid out. It can be quite interesting seeing a naked Starship like we are here. So, we'll start with the bottom first. We have the small little landing legs that we talked about earlier that flip out currently. So at the moment they have got a crush core, and that crush core, that was a loud noise. We have a crush core there that is inside these legs. So they're essentially made at the moment to compact. So they're not made to be reused. They're made to just use as a once-off thing. Obviously, future Starships will have reusable legs that have got, I would assume, hydraulic systems in them that are going to let them fold in and out in a nice, reliable way, and that sort of thing. But those are the legs we currently see with the existing Starships that have flown and the Starship prototypes. And so, yes, we're looking forward to seeing what comes of that system. We have the stringers and whatnot. So remember, of course, that this whole bottom section of the craft, including this dome section here, this is your this is your main thrust puck area, your engines here, and if we multiply the thrust of these, roughly 200 tons of force per engine, so we're looking at 600 tons of force pushing up onto that thrust puck to essentially lift the entire vessel off the launch pad and into, in the future, into orbit. But for the moment, smaller launches and landings in what we see with the current test. So this one here aiming to go to that similar height that we saw with SN8. But yes, so these domes are incredibly important, not just to hold the pressure of the tanks of the liquid oxygen in this particular case here. It needs to also contain the force of those 3 Raptor engines, and in the future, three vacuum versions of these engines as well, which are going to be laid out on the side. So there'll be sort of 3. In fact, I've got I'll just jump to my full cam for a sec. We have the Starship model that's normally at the back there. It's actually sitting here beside me just so I can easily illustrate. So this is, again, a little bit of a dated model from Starship Mania, if you want to look them up, if you want to get a more updated one yourself. But yes, you'll sort of see at the bottom, if I can get that in the right angle and the right distance. So we see we've got the 3 engines in the middle. These are the 3 sea level ones that we're sort of seeing with the current prototypes. We then have the vacuum engines, 1, 2, 3 on the outside here. They're much bigger, and they are, we believe, going to be actually attached to the outside of the rocket, to essentially the skirt. So these will be fixed in place, whereas the sea level engines will be able to gimbal. So these will provide your vectoring control. These are really just your engines that are more efficient in, once you get out of the atmosphere. So these wouldn't be used for these would be used for manoeuvring around in orbit, or doing the Mars injection burn, or a translunar injection burn, whatever the case may be. That's going to use the vacuum engines, because they're much more efficient than the sea level engines. So the sea level engines more for landing, obviously touching down on the surface of the Earth at the landing pad, or obviously in the future touching down on Mars, potentially the Moon. I'm still not sure whether they're going to have these smaller. I'll have to find the graphic for you shortly, but the idea was that there would be some more engine systems up around here for the Moon version, which also wouldn't have any of the control surfaces. That's just your main white variation of it. So I think it's quite interesting sort of to break it down. And likewise, we've got the control surfaces here that let the whole vehicle decide how it's going to fall to make sure it remains stable and level, and is using as much drag as it can as it goes down into the lower parts of the atmosphere. So that's a cool model to refer to. Let's put that away. But yes, if we switch back to Neopork's awesome render here, you could sort of imagine these big vacuum engines would actually sit here, kind of attached at the side to the skirt in some way. So as we come up here, and I just got to be careful not to miss any news. Just keep an eye on the on the thread there, Tony, as I'm banging on about stuff.
I'm checking.
I don't want to miss some announcement that says, SpaceX have just put their stream up. So yes, as we move up the vehicle here, we've got this massive pipe that feeds down, and this whole section that we're seeing here, this whole empty section, is the liquid oxygen tank. So this will be completely filled with liquid oxygen, and then coming down through this top tank here is the liquid methane. So we have a liquid methane header tank here, and that is always going to be filled until the final landing. So the idea is that the downcomer is full of methane, the header tank is full of methane, and there's essentially some sort of valve system. I'm not sure exactly how it works. I haven't seen any good diagrams of that yet, but the valve system here will close off the main tank. So as the Starship takes off, it's using the fuel from the main oxygen tank here, and it's using the liquid oxygen from here, and it's using the fuel, the liquid methane, from the top tank here. A smaller amount of methane is needed than oxygen, as you can tell there. So the idea is that these stay completely encased in their entirety. So when we were talking earlier about the liquid methane pressure not being right at landing and why the engines seem to consume themselves, something happened here in that header tank, which was a loss of the pressure needed to actually fill it with gas, because obviously if you're using all the fuel in here, the space needs to be taken up with something, and that space is normally taken up with some sort of gas. It might be a helium gas. It could. I know they're working on autogenous pressurization systems that would actually feed in methane gas or oxygen gas, depending on what the case may be. But I think they're a little way away from that currently, and they've obviously reverted back to the idea of using helium gas to fix the problem they had with SN8. So hopefully that is reasonably straightforward for people to understand. So this whole section here is the top of your liquid methane tank. You've then got a series of systems up here. You're going to have batteries and all sorts of storage stuff going on just around that dome, and then you want to maximize the huge area here that we've got for the crew, for cargo. This is the this is the area of the ship that's going to be pressurized. It's going to be there for humans to, in the majority of cases, I would assume, unless we're talking about a cargo-only vessel, which might, we've seen previous mock-ups of the vessel that opens up in a big mouth to sort of release some huge payload. They may make a version of that as well, I imagine, but for the moment we're kind of talking about crewed versions or cargoed versions with crew inside as well. So that'll all be pressurized for crew. And then right at the top of the header here, we have the liquid oxygen tank. And that liquid oxygen header tank has got a pipeline that feeds right down the side of the vessel. It's probably not shown in a lot of detail in this one. It sort of comes right down through to the bottom of the tank, essentially in some form. So it can pull liquid oxygen from the header tank, and it can pull liquid methane from the liquid methane header tank and burn that fuel instead of anything that's remaining in these fuel tanks. And for those that aren't so sure about why we're even talking about this or why it even matters, I did talk about this in my previous video actually. If you imagine that 95% of all the fuel has been burnt in the main tanks, there might only be a few percent left. When the vessel tips over, get my little prop here again.
There's actually a great illustration, animation done by Corey on exactly how the
that's true.
Tanks feed.
That's true. That's actually probably a better source to have a look at. Let me see if I can find that for you.
That's something I didn't show in my graphics really well. How it illustrates how the header tanks come into play once the rocket is sitting horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'll see if I can track this down actually.
So the problem is with the main tanks, why they can't use the fuel too is because the fuel can't be fed into the rockets. That's why the header tanks are used.
Let's see if we can find this. You got a very happy bird in the background there, mate.
Oh, you can still hear it. I put it outside. That's my parrot.
Sounds very happy.
Don't buy a parrot. Yeah.
All right, I'll just make sure we're removing the ads here. Okay, let me just bring this over here quickly. All right.
Yes. This was great when I saw it.
This just blew me away, and for those people that watch a lot of my videos, we kind of made a version to describe how the fuel tips around, all that sort of stuff. Then almost immediately, Corey comes out with this incredible piece of work. I'll switch over to it. It is just awesome, and you kind of need to go and subscribe to Corey's channel. There's a link to everybody that I'm talking about here, 3D artists in the channel. So you're looking for Corey Seabass. His channel here is essentially, I'm streaming straight from it right now. So we've got Seabass Productions. That's the person you want to subscribe to. This stuff blows my mind. Just look at the detail in the plumbing there. So you can see the downcomer with the. Here we see the liquid oxygen filling up over all that plumbing, just incredible. And it's such a beautiful way to display this and to describe it. And we sort of see the downcomer there being filled with liquid methane, comes up to the liquid methane header tank, and then the main tanks, of course, are filled with liquid methane as well. So both those header tanks, and we see up here, it's pumping the liquid oxygen up to the top header tank there for the liquid oxygen. That is, those header tanks are going to be essentially sealed off at this point. So before launch, they're presumably some valves that are closed off. It's not going to use any fuel for them at all. So once all the checks have been done, we have the ignition process, we have liftoff, and then off we fly. So this is very similar to what we're going to be witnessing, hopefully here with SN9. So, and one of the things that's interesting, I think, is that with SN8 we saw a very slow ascent, way slower than what any of us expected. We were expecting to see almost engine cut off and a coast phase going up. We didn't see that at all. What we saw was one engine shutting off, and just like we saw there, and followed by, you know, a minute or so later another engine shutting off, and then finally the third one, as it was basically hovering in a standstill almost. And as we see the fuel being depleted out of those main tanks, you'll see there the liquid methane tank is still very much full. And as that very last Raptor sort of hovers the vessel, draining all that remaining fuel out of the main tanks. And I think this was the goal. I think the goal was to make sure that they didn't have as much mass in the main tanks. You don't want a lot of extra pressures with fuel flying around everywhere as this thing does its belly flop, which we see coming here into view. So you'll sort of see the remaining liquid out of the oxygen tank, out of the header tank, is now sitting on the belly as the entire vessel is being driven down into the atmosphere. Yeah, quite beautiful the way this is all put together. You get the reflections here from the fuel. Just terrific work Corey does. Really amazing stuff. And then just as we get to the ground, you'll sort of see the engines will fire up, and the fuel is then drained out of those two header tanks, the liquid oxygen tank there at the top, and the liquid methane tank down in the middle of the vessel there, both of those draining out now. And, you know, the main reason for that, of course, is so that you don't have gases trapped in your flow. So if you were trying to light the vessel up from... if you're trying to light the vessel up from the main tanks, there could be a little bit of fuel still floating around where it feeds into the engines, but more than likely it's going to be either floating around, splashing somewhere, probably stuck in between some baffles in the tanks. You never really know where it's going to be. So the importance of the header tanks is that you've got a nice full tank with no gases in it, and you can just ignite the engines. As soon as the engines have flipped the vessel vertically, everything's pushing down, you've got the engines pushing up, so then all your fuel in those header tanks and the downcomers, they settle beautifully as the fuel drains out. And I think it's really quite beautiful what Corey put together there. So nice work, Corey, if you happen to be watching. I feel like I've neglected the chat a whole lot.
Now that it was the lack of methane, wasn't it? Or hang on, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
That caused SN8's demise. The pressure. Is that right?
Yeah. I believe it was lack of pressure, not so much lack of fuel. I haven't heard directly whether there was too little fuel left. I know a lot of people thought that straight after because of the way the engine sort of lost the methane component out of it, or a good percentage of the methane component out of it. But I believe the evidence later was that it was more of a pressure problem. It wasn't letting the fuel drain out of the methane tank correctly, not so much that there was a lack of methane. I've just realised that feed there is a little bad, isn't it? One sec. For some reason, my feed keeps doing this. I don't know if there's a way to fix that.
The wind has dropped down by 3 miles an hour, down to 31.
Down to 31. I still think it needs to drop quite a bit further. I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows off the top of their head. I believe it needs to be sort of under 20 before they would have a crack at it, but I may be 100% wrong in that. I'm not sure. Not sure. Just quickly, huge thank you to Mark Adams for the super chat there a little earlier. I missed that one. Sorry, Mark. Appreciate it, mate. Awesome of you. And like I said at the start of the stream, a lot of the funding for this goes to Lab Padre for providing the stream for us. Awesome of him to do that. And just remember the Team Space hashtag we sort of see floating around everywhere that I use as well sometimes. It quite literally is that. Everybody is super happy to help each other out. We're always happy to sort of give back, and it's awesome of Lab Padre to let us use the Starship there as a background thing. We intend, of course, to switch to SpaceX's live stream as soon as that comes up. But it's great to just see a view of what's going on in the background there. And even though it may not be a lot of action, you know, we currently have a little bit of work going there at the moment by the looks of that. So I would say we're still quite a way off from any kind of flight at this point. I almost thought I saw the wings move there, but it was just an artifact of the video. It's obviously quite windy, which is why we're getting that swaying back and forth. We can switch to another Lab Padre stream that's closer. Although
one of the things I noticed when the rocket's sitting on with it sitting on its the launch pad is there are tethered lines that are attached. So I'm not sure what that crane is down below doing, but there are tethered lines that are attached to the flaps that I guess keep it secure, so that there's no pressure on any of the motors that
yeah.
So it doesn't use hydraulics. One of the things the flaps don't use hydraulics. They use I think they're motor driven for electric motor drives from Teslas,
yeah.
or based on Tesla technology. But so maybe that's what they're doing. So that they're tethered, the flaps are tethered down until just before launch, and then I guess they're released. I'm not sure how they do that for the top ones, because I know the top flaps are also tethered. I assume they're released. They were released maybe by one of the larger cranes, unless they're an automatic thing. I've never really. Not sure if anyone has any more details on those, but
yeah, I'm not sure myself actually on that particular point. I think. Yeah, there's so many little hidden mechanisms that are going on almost under the radar, and we've got a view from quite a distance away. So it might be that other people have sort of seen closer shots of exactly what's going on there. Normally, to be totally honest, normally I am sleeping when a lot of these things are going on. So I just happen to have been lucky today to be able to be around at the correct time with an Australian public holiday, which is super beneficial. So I'm really hoping it flies today, because if it gets delayed till tomorrow, I may not have the time to. I may not be able to actually do it, depending on when it's going to launch. So yeah, interesting. I've got a couple of comments here that I spotted one earlier, actually similar. I literally link your voice to Kerbal Space Program and Kerbal Space Program only. It's always interesting. So maybe the first 40,000 subscribers or so that I'd gained, maybe a few less, maybe the first 30,000 were primarily, well, they were entirely made up of Kerbal Space Program following, which is how I started my channel. So yes, I do get the odd comment, bring Kerbal Space Program back. Bring the content back. It's like, well, the problem is that we've got, we've now got 250,000 subscribers, the vast majority of which have subscribed to see SpaceX content and Starship content and just general space news. So I kind of feel like throwing some Kerbal Space Program videos in to the mix is just going to get a bunch of people kind of unhappy that I've changed the general flow of the videos. So yes, I don't know. I think as soon as Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out, that's going to be interesting, and maybe I could even have like a separate channel or something like that, but we'll see what happens. I'm really looking forward to Kerbal Space Program 2. I almost feel like a complete novice at that again, I'll be totally honest, because it's been a long time since I've really had a proper play at it. We've just been so busy with making the content for space for space news. So yeah, really awesome. New super chat there as well from Joaquin. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably butchering these names. I'm sorry if I am. Enjoying your videos. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Super appreciated. Awesome of you. So yes, I am happy. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, someone was asking, didn't SN9 tip over in its construction bay?
Yes, it sure did. It sure did. And we at that point thought, yep, that thing's not going to fly. And we were proven wrong fairly quickly when they just basically replaced the two flaps and or the two fins, whatever the best name is for them these days. Yeah, do you recall seeing the photos? It was extraordinary extraordinarily lucky, I think, more than anything. It tipped in just the right direction to do almost no damage. I don't think it...
And apparently Elon was there with a few, doing a few photo ops with some, I guess, some investors or...
Yep.
They were around maybe only a few hours before that happened, possibly less.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was quite uncanny, really, because we were all like, "Oh, yeah, SN8's just flown. SN9's going to be basically rolling down to the pad almost, in a week." And it was announced. I think I can't even recall now whether it was announced publicly at the time when we sort of found out about it, but there was kind of rumours floating around, oh my gosh, they're going to move SN9 the week after SN8 had its obviously crash landing, and they were rapidly trying to clean up the launch site because they wanted to get SN9 down as soon as possible. And then what seemed like almost hours later, that was all off, and the thing had fallen over into the high bay wall. I have to see if I can find an image of that, because it was kind of... I've probably got a... it's going to take me a while to find it, I reckon. But yes, it was quite an uncanny thing for those that may not have spotted exactly what had happened there. It's always tricky to find one of those things in a rush, isn't it? If anybody in the chat has a link, in Discord has a link, that would be most appreciated. And then we can pop it up. But yes, essentially the whole thing had toppled over sideways, and it had just landed in a way that had the top fin crumple and the bottom fin crumple. If we were looking at the vessel as we see here, there'd be the one on the right-hand side of the view. So both of those were really crumpled, really quite destroyed, but it didn't, because that was kind of the crumple zone, almost like a car accident, there was no damage to the main structure. As far as we know, there was no damage to the main structure of SN9. So the entire vessel got to live another day. All they needed to do was switch out the two side fins for new ones, and it was then very soon on its way down to be tested. Saying that, it has...
It was...
Sorry?
I was saying it was SN10's. It was SN10's fin, wasn't it? They didn't actually have to ship one in. I thought it was SN10's fin.
Yeah,
that's probably something Brendan might have.
Yeah, perhaps. I know they definitely used fins that were there on site. Whether they were designated SN10 fins or not before that happened, I'm not sure. That seems like a logical conclusion to what happened there. And then, later on, SN10 fins got sort of added. And it did actually seem a little bit longer for the SN10 fins to get added than I thought that it would. So maybe there was a couple of delays while they were waiting for new fins. I can't quite recall now. They may have been already lying around. That is a great question for Brendan. He's got all this. He's like an encyclopedia of Starship, Brendan. He's just on top of every part. Just incredible work he's doing there.
I keep looking at the Starship and thinking, I just don't remember when. Maybe someone can help us out there. I don't remember at what point the fins, the flaps folded to a launch position before it launched. So that certainly would be a really good indication as to when it would launch. I imagine, especially with these winds, that they'd want to be. It's back up to 34 miles an hour. The winds. I guess. That's why they are folded, because they don't want that, basically, that pressure and it being blown over, basically. Yeah. Which is, I guess, a strong possibility.
Yeah, they sort of extend that out. I know with, like you say, I'm not sure exactly how early they extended those fins out before the flight. I thought it was quite early, actually. Again, because and see the wind has actually climbed just a little more there, so it's now 34 miles per hour. Doesn't seem to be coming down, so that's the main thing we're kind of looking at here. Is it going to be able to get within the right tolerance to be able to conduct a launch? Because remember, it's not just the launch that matters, it's the landing that matters. Actually matters more for the landing than the launch. It needs to come down and obviously land very accurately. So the lower the wind, the better, I'm sure. I think I did see a chat message from someone a little bit earlier saying that 15 miles per hour is the recommended minimum. I don't know whether that's 100% correct or not, but I thought it was 20. I might be wrong in that. But certainly lower than 35 or whatever we're getting up to here at the moment. But yes,
someone just said 20. But
20 miles per hour.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought it was 20. I vaguely remember reading that somewhere, but there's a lot of Chinese whispers floating around this industry, and what you read somewhere isn't necessarily true.
I just noticed someone just saying we need a successful landing. The thing is, what people forget is I think SN8 I think exceeded expectations. They obviously they wanted to land, but they were just happy for I don't know, remember, I think a 30% success, possibly wanted a bit better than that, but they as far as I'm aware, they were it was party time in SpaceX land. When it got to that point, it did everything but landed properly. That could be the case with this rocket or with SN9, but or something different. I mean, something certainly different could go wrong. I think they want the things to go wrong so they can correct them, so that when eventually it does have a crew on board, that they've tested everything about the rocket. I guess every stage they'd want something to go wrong so that they can problem solve those issues.
Yeah. I think they certainly designed for the issues to not be issues, obviously. But I think, like anything, and I've had so much criticism of the SLS Hotfire a week ago, and it's like, these tests are designed to be extremely brutal. They're not designed to be best case scenario. They're designed to be brutal. They're designed to push the absolute limits of what they need to correctly fly. So I've often thought that the SN8 flip, I was sort of thinking originally, why do they flip so late? They could have added a bit more fuel. They had plenty of it. They were just doing a nice slow launch. They could have had a little bit more fuel, come down a little bit earlier, and maybe had a safe landing. But the more I think about it, the more it's like, well, you really do want to push. You really want to push the system. You want to make sure that you're pushing it to, almost within the absolute tolerance of what it's designed to do. And you could see just as it came down, you could sort of see the engine view. I'll have to actually find the SpaceX video, which I do have here somewhere. And that view was quite extraordinary because you see the engine flip over. All of a sudden, you're seeing all of the layout of the launch facility underneath. You can see the tents and all this sort of stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, this thing's just going to plow straight into this tent. And of course, as it flips over, it's just done that. You've done that vector control, swung itself back into place, and it sort of landed towards the edge of the pad, I think, or it would have landed towards the edge of the pad had it had the amount of fuel it needed, possibly even a little further towards the centre if everything had have gone perfectly with the fuel. But to me, it was just extraordinary that they sort of left the flip that late. We were, it was so close to Corey's original animations. Again, Seabass Productions, his animations there, that it was almost uncanny. Corey had it pretty much perfect. Even some of the camera views. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a couple of views from Corey's render that were inspired, that inspired some camera placements at SpaceX. Like, oh, where should we put the camera? Oh, you know, that the animation there was a great view of it. Let's do that exact view. You know, it was really close to what Corey had done. And that was one of the things that really impressed me with Corey's work. Is like he was all over that, even before we were ever really witnessing the real flight. And I just think that's incredible. So yes, what is going on? Sorry, I was just going to say we've seen that vehicle sort of move away now. I haven't been taking notice actually. Has it been still moving up and down, the actual vehicle? I might have to rewind my feed that I've got here. Not sure what they call them around the world. We we call them cherry pickers in Australia, essentially, you know, allowing people to be raised up really rapidly to find out any little problems that might be going on. I haven't seen that for a little while. Oh, thank you for the super chat there, Christy Chips, £10. Thanks so much. It's awesome of you. Very, very cool of you. But yes, I haven't seen a lot of movement.
What was it? Crispy chips. Crispy chips, was it?
Yeah. Christy Chips. Did I mispronounce it? I'm not even reading it a bit fast. Another question here. If the launch fails today, when would the next launch window be? When is the next road closure? I think the next road closure was the next day, but I believe the weather's looking a little hairy 24 hours from now. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think that's the next 2 days. This was the better of the 3 days, my understanding. Except today possibly has the higher winds, but
yeah, I would say so. I think there's the last forecast I looked at looked like it was going to be worse than today, so that's going to be interesting to say. Hopefully we don't have to think about that. Hopefully it will go today. Let's be positive. I'm still hoping, and you know, the launch window. What's the current time locally now? Losing track of myself here. So current time is 1:40. So we've nearly been streaming now for 2 hours. Wow, I can't believe that. Another quarter of an hour to go. So yes, it's we're a couple of hours almost into the launch window. The launch window, I believe, ends at 6 p.m. Does it not? That was the last I saw, I think. Let's double check.
SN9 was scheduled for, was about to launch around. I think it was around 3:34 p.m. And then it got delayed for half an hour to 45 minutes, I think, because of something had entered the fly zone, or no-fly zone.
Yeah.
I think it may have been a ship or something, a vessel.
Yeah. The current road closures, or the most up-to-date ones anyway, I've got the primary date today. Obviously, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. is when the closure is scheduled. So, yes, quite a long way to go through the launch window. You know, another 4 hours essentially after this hour passes. So, yes, we could still be here for a while. I'm assuming that at some point, if they don't believe the weather's going to clear up, that they would probably call it early, but we'll see. That all remains to be seen. And yes, if SN9 is a success today, Australia Day will be a good day instead of lame. Love your work, Marcus. You make our country proud. Oh, thank you, Timothy, there for the super chat. Awesome of you. That hasn't come up in the screen yet, but awesome of you to say that. It's to be honest, Australia Day was probably going to be one of the only days off that I was going to have in this month. So it was. It looks like it's not going to be a day off anymore, and that suits me quite fine because we want to see this launch. And I think As long as the wind gust can come down, we've got a very good chance of that. We don't have any indications right now. I've got people chatting over Discord to me. I don't have any indications that that there's anything wrong. Just they're waiting for the correct time. I suspect that in another hour or so would typically be when they were planning to launch anyway. So we'll just have to see what happens. I think over the next hour we should find out some more. It's actually worthwhile, I think, seeing if there's any global comments on Twitter talking about that. I was quickly checking on some feeds. Would be nice to have a small indication internally to see what's going on, but there's nothing at all yet. So we will have to be patient. The propellant capacity for Starship, I still find a little mind-boggling. It's just such a beast, such an absolute beast. As far as we know, just the dry mass, I think, is around 180 metric tons. That stat goes back quite a way. I'm not sure what the current would be. Obviously, they're going to be lowering that, especially if they're going to drop to the 3mm steel. That stat I think comes back from essentially from the days probably of the Mark I vessel, which I would assume is a little heavier. They would have made some improvements since then. But just the dry mass alone is a huge mass. But one engine can lift that quite comfortably with the 200-ton thrust capability.
So someone was just asking why SpaceX don't have a live feed, and
that's a good question.
It's something.
Yeah, that is a very good question. We'll be switching to it as soon as we see it come up. I am looking for it too. I do have a window open that I'm refreshing, just trying to make sure that I haven't missed it, but nothing yet. Speaking of SpaceX streams, though,
don't need a live feed.
No. Well, we're all covering it pretty well at this point, but none of us are going to get a camera angle like SpaceX are. Some of those internal shots are just magic, especially in the flight itself. We did have a very awesome Transporter 1 mission, though. That was a great mission to see last night, or last night for us, daytime, for people on the correct side of the world for all this stuff. So yeah, it was. That was a pretty epic mission, just seeing all the many deployments. That was a record breaker, I believe, for any space agency, not just SpaceX, any space agency. It's like 143 separate satellites, was it? Or 133? Might be 133. That is just an insane effort. And yeah, we'll be covering that more in next weekend's video. But SpaceX have obviously been very busy with the launch lineup for January already. 143 was correct. Okay. It's really interesting, I think, to watch those Falcon 9 launches. I know they're starting to get perhaps a little bit more routine. I still find the magic ever since the very first landings. I think it was 2016. I've been hooked on the Falcon 9 since then. We were watching it right, through the lead up, through the many attempts at a landing, and the Falcon 9 really just gave such a huge amount of enthusiasm to the entire world. I think nobody had really seen this before, and sadly, a lot of people still haven't seen it before. And I've said in my videos a few times, if there's one thing you can do, is tell your friends about it, tell your parents about it. It's so amazing to share this stuff, and the more people that are excited about it, the more it changes the trajectory of how all this space race may play out. So much of it's due to government funding opportunities. And people say, SpaceX is private. That's 100% true, but they would not be where they are without NASA, who is obviously government funded. They're obviously funded by many other private companies as well with their missions. But if NASA hadn't given them that existing kickoff for the commercial crew program, who knows where they would be? They may not be anywhere. And the enthusiasm from everybody changes policy. It changes government policy because people vote in ways that are favourable to what they're passionate about. They just naturally do that. If you're voting for someone that's into science, into space travel and exploration, all this sort of stuff, it can really change the world. And I don't say that lightly. I just think, you look at the number of views distributed over all the channels that all of us are running, not just me, everybody else. It's millions of views a week, and that spread is going outwards to extended communities with YouTube algorithms, serving things to people that may not have seen these landings before. So if there's anything you can do, just show a Falcon 9 landing to someone, show a Starship landing to someone, explain the just enormous size of this thing. Sometimes the best photos to show, and even with the Falcon 9, which is obviously a lot smaller, some of the best photos to show are just the pictures where you've got a human standing there looking up, and they're only their head is just at the top of where the bottom of the engine bell might be, and you just think, wow, this is like launching a massive building. And that's with the Falcon 9. With the Starship, it's a different story again. Starship 50 meters tall, and it's easy to say that number and not kind of comprehend it. If you go down into the city and you try to find a building that's roughly 50 meters tall, it'll be taller than you remember it being, and you sort of look and say, wow, that is a monster of a building. Imagine that thing basically taking off. And that's what you've got when we're watching one of these starships take off. That's an incredible sight to see. And I'm just hoping that we get to see it today, because it blows my mind.
We touched on this before, just about America's the moon landing, and as far as possibly not making their target of 2024. But I can tell you, not getting into politics, but you saw the footage the other day in the Oval Office of the. It was a definite sign of a moon rock that Biden has on. It was in the background on his desk on a table.
I think there were signs of that. Yeah, there was signs of that. I know. I know there's been, obviously there's been, I don't follow a lot of politics outside my own country, but I know with shift of government, everybody's always afraid, is NASA going to be, is their funding going to be less? Are they going to be able to achieve the same goals they had before, government change? And that's always a good question. And, different governments, are voted in by different for different causes, and if one of those causes is exploration in space, obviously lots of enthusiasm around the science behind these things, and any other issue, frankly, science related. It's an important thing, in my opinion, that those issues are heard, and that they've got a fair stake in government process. And I think, I think we're seeing a lot of that. I'm yet to see any evidence that there will be any strong changes in funding at this point. But crystal ball, we don't know.
Well, I think the president chooses what he wants to put in his office, and I think putting a moon rock was clearly sending us a statement. I think that visually seeing that he didn't have to put a moon rock in there. I think that's spoke volumes.
Absolutely. It's always a great sign to see. We've got a number of politicians in Australia, obviously, that there's absolutely zero policy, and Australia's actually sometimes it's frustrating living in Australia because we're in terms of sport, we're very competitive with New Zealand. There's always this really cool rivalry between Australia and New Zealand because we're very close to each other. Hoping at some point after we come out of lockdowns and things that we can actually take a trip to Rocket Lab. I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to do that. But to a certain degree, you would think that the Australian government would be like, hey, New Zealand are doing that. We really should be beating them on that because we are so competitive. And yet we've got nothing currently like Rocket Lab. We've got a couple of interesting companies coming up and comers. We've got Gilmore Space and a few other space companies that are doing interesting tests. They're very locked down in what they want to share to the public, so I don't know a lot about their fuel mixtures and things like that. Not enough to really do a deep dive and talk about. We know much more about other companies like Rocket Lab, obviously, and SpaceX, and many of these new up and comers, Astra and things like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out over the next decade or so, because Australia are already essentially non-existent in the space industry, but we are getting the odd bit of talk about it and the odd bit of funding. It's not a lot of funding, not if we compare it to anything needed by NASA or SpaceX, but it is funding all the same. And even if we can start getting a bit of an industry around small satellite launches, that's something. That's something to talk about. So come on, Australia, pick up your game. I would like to be able to go and witness a real launch from my own country. Thank you very much. Seeing a few political opinions. I try to keep the comment thread fairly free of political arguments and whatnot. People are entitled to their opinion. Debating about this government or that government or who we dislike this isn't the place for it. It's so try to keep your comments space related if we can. Gosh, I've missed so many comments. We have a super chat there that I missed earlier from the Glaive. Do you think the surface wind is too high for a test today? Currently, what are we seeing here right now? We're seeing 30.
It's down to
30 miles an hour, so it has dropped a little. It's only dropped by 4 miles per hour in the last 20 minutes or so. If it keeps dropping that way, I think we'll be fine. But really, I think we need to lose another 10 miles per hour before it's gonna be practical. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. You can see how much the camera there from Lab Padre's view is still kind of shaking around. Quite a lot of wind there. Obviously, those cameras are automatic, or they're remote-controlled cameras. They're mounted on top of quite a tall tower, and obviously quite a bit closer to the site than many of the other viewpoints managed to get, which is awesome. But yes, it does have a little bit of a shake to it when there's a bit of a wind going on. So yes, it's considering there's 30 miles an hour of wind hurtling past the tower there, presumably, it's quite a stable view, really. Even those shakes will actually distort the signals going out, so we get a little bit of blockiness there as we watch. I might see if I can find, actually, because there is another stream. Might be a slightly better view. Let me see if I can key it in.
Alistair's asking, who's your favourite astronaut?
Well, I'd say I'm a big fan of Buzz Aldrin. I know Buzz Aldrin can be one of those characters that can cause the odd bit of conflict. But man, there was the photo of him the other day. 91 was it? He turned
91.
He looks like he's about 60 years old. He's taking some magic potion. What is with that? I'll have to bring that up. I'll have to find the tweet. Actually, it's incredible. It's just incredible. It definitely does. Like I know,
he's a big supporter of them going to Mars. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. And look, how can you not be? I I know there's lots of debates going around about Mars exploration and whether it's worth it. You know, do we realise how dangerous it's going to be? Absolutely, it's dangerous. In many situations, a high percentage chance of people not coming back, people dying on Mars or on the way to Mars. But you know, it's the human spirit, isn't it? If we don't explore, if we don't do it, then you know there was probably equally as much chance of dying on a ship trying to cross the ocean to find a new country the first time. There was loads, you know, the mortality rates on those ships were huge because it was the first time they'd done it. And, you know, obviously we're talking at probably an order of magnitude or more orders of magnitude more difficult to do what we're talking about here. But we're explorers. Humans are explorers. That's the reason why we're here. If we weren't explorers, we wouldn't have crossed the oceans. We would have just stayed in our little puddles wherever we were evolving from way back when. It doesn't make any sense to say it's dangerous, people could lose their lives, let's not do it. We went to the moon with huge risk. It's absolutely astronomically improbable that all of those missions returned successfully with no casualties. Obviously, there was casualties with the shuttle program. There was casualties in the early Apollo program before they even left the ground. But after that first rocket launch, there was 0 casualties in Apollo. That's an extraordinary thing. It was the first time we'd ever done it. And it was dangerous as anything I can think of, except for maybe going to Mars. But think of how far we've come. Think of the technology that we have now that we didn't have back then. So absolutely we can do it. Is there risk? Yes, there's risk. There's a load of risk. But there's going to be a heck of a lot of people that are willing to take that risk. Imagine being the first person in history, in all, not just humans, all creatures on the Earth to step foot on a planet outside of our own sphere of influence. Obviously, we've done the moon. I can't think of anything more awesome. Honestly, can't think of anything more awesome. And I hope everybody feels the same. I mean, most of the people that follow this are obviously very passionate about it. I hear a lot of debate about, oh, no, the risk is so great. I don't know. I don't know if there's any amount of risk that is too great for such a huge achievement. If it was, you know, let's say it was 50% chance of success. Is that good enough? Is it good enough to have humans on another planet for the first time who are willing to take that risk?
I think, I mean, when you talk about heroes and favourite astronauts, Jim Lovell is someone that comes to mind for me. I think one of the greatest manned missions, early manned missions or crewed missions, was possibly Apollo 8, and possibly one of the most underrated missions when man first went to the moon. They didn't land on the moon with that mission, but that was the first time that men had left our atmosphere beyond and headed down towards the moon. Look, that was an amazing achievement. But local hero-wise, Andy Thomas. I was lucky enough to meet him. He's one of our very few Australian astronauts. I think there is. He's since retired, but actually at the moment he's Shannon Walker, which is his wife. Yeah. A lot of people don't know this. She's currently up on ISS. She launched on the Crew 1, and I think she's still got a few more months up there. I think they're a 6-month tour. It was a 6-month tour. Yeah. So yes, that's our little. Yeah.
It's claim to fame. It's nice that we have a little claim to fame there. It's great to have those people. It really is. I mean, a couple of comments that I think iterate perfectly what I was probably trying to say badly before. Anyone who puts a bit of thought into this exploration would realise that we have to do this at some point to survive as a species. Eventually, there's some issue that's going to befall the Earth, whether it's we've only got to look at what happened with the pandemic more recently. You've got to look way back in time to an asteroid collision. We don't currently have any decent defense when it comes down to asteroid mitigation. Sure, we could probably try to send some sort of nuclear missile out to divert it, but it's not really the foreplanning takes years to do these sorts of things, to get the accuracy and all that sort of thing. So by the time you've found this thing, it's kind of too late. And that's why we need so much more defense, so many more satellites. And why it's sad to see things like the Arecibo telescope just disappear out of neglect, frankly. I was so sad to see that happen, because that's it might not have been directly targeted towards asteroid defense and that sort of stuff, but it had technology in there that's very difficult to replace. And to a degree, they could see things from a perspective that all the other scopes around the world couldn't. I just find it so sad, something that has been such an icon to just be left to chance for so long. And all of us, what did they expect was going to happen? It just disappeared out of neglect, frankly. It makes me sad thinking about it. Because it's needless, and I'm sure that it was doing great work. And you have to wonder sometimes whether we have. And like what I was saying before, it's so important for us to talk about these things with others and to get other people engaged. People forget. People don't even realise what's going on a lot of the time, and it's so powerful to be able to share this and say, hey, maybe we should be funding this better. Maybe that is important, more important than we're giving it credit for. And I feel like we've lost a lot of that. Maybe it's been since social media really took hold and people are more concerned about social day-to-day things and whatnot. Maybe people have lost their focus on other things that are really quite extraordinary and interesting, and more consumed with all the huge quantities of media that's out there now. I mean, you could literally spend lifetimes watching just Netflix or something, right? So I'd love to see huge documentaries that we talk about here on SpaceX, on Mars exploration, come up more often, and there have been some good ones. I'm a huge fan of The Expanse, by the way. I haven't actually managed to catch up on the latest series, but these sorts of series are beneficial as well, bringing the sci-fi back into people's worlds. And The Expanse is actually, in many regards, very realistic, with the exception of some of the futuristic propulsion that they've stumbled on. It's really a very realistic series, and to a degree, but yeah. Just having a quick chat, look through the chat again. Sorry, I'm neglecting people.
I just noticed that someone had mentioned that Mary had said no SN9 flight today on Twitter. I'm not sure. She wouldn't know any. Possibly, she's on the ground, I guess, but she would know possibly any more than anyone else at the moment. She wouldn't have an inside lead to that, would she?
Yeah.
That's Mary Bukachika.
Yeah, Bukachika Gal, yeah. No evacuation today, no SN flight today. I'm not sure whether that's a final conclusion to whether this is definitely off at this point, or whether that's a prediction that if they don't see an evacuation soon, then there'll be no flight today. That literally came in just minutes ago, which would be a shame if that's true. But they can only do what they can do. We've seen the wind. It's raised a little since we last looked at it. It's 32 miles per hour. So, yeah, maybe it's. I'm not sure if it's weather related. Interested to know, like, for anybody else that's watching other feeds, what other insights people have got there. That tweet for Mary, Mary's usually one of the first people to jump on to these insights. So, we'll just have a quick skim around, see what other people are saying. people are not saying much. People are, I think, just waiting to get a confirmation. A lot of memes going around already. Yeah, we'll hang around a bit longer. We'll sort of see if it's confirmed. I'm not 100% sure if it's scrubbed or not. I'm not going to say it's scrubbed until we get somebody definitely confirming that. But a few people saying that the wind is getting a bum rap here. Again, not 100% sure whether that might be the reason. We're getting a few people saying scrubbed, no launch today. There's still quite a long time in the window open though. There's still almost 4 hours left. So I'm not sure if there's other evidence as to why it may be scrubbed at this point. There's definitely people still wandering around on site there, as we can see from Lab Padre's stream there. So it's definitely not flying anytime soon. But as we can sort of see there, SN9 launch scrub date due to high winds. So I think that's reasonably conclusive. Lab Padres put it up there on the update. We haven't seen anything even close to venting or anything like that towards any sort of fueling. No sort of closures or anything that have been conclusive at this point. So I would say we're probably scrubbed for the day, guys. That's a little sad. I was really hoping it would go today, being Australia Day. Lots of comments.
So when they fuel it, when it's fueled, that's normally about 10 minutes before launch. 20 minutes. Just trying to remember.
Yeah, it's kind of quite late. Yeah.
You try and pick up on every bit of sign you can see, but basically to work out when these things happen. As we said, SpaceX don't announce their launches until and won't do a live feed until maybe 5 minutes before it launches.
Yep.
So,
yep. Yeah, that's right. But certainly happy to stick around if anyone's got any questions. But yes, it certainly doesn't seem like it's going to fly today. Again, massive thank you to you, Tony, for joining me on the stream. Been such an awesome guest. It's been a pleasure having you on, especially for one of these first live streams where I'm busy trying to learn the software. And as well, Lab Padre, likewise, we're donating license for Lab Padre's stream here, so appreciate all the super chats that'll largely go to Lab Padre's stream access there today. Hugely appreciated for everyone to help on the support on that. It's been fun actually chatting with you all, and I hope at least the stream itself was reasonably entertaining, that we were giving a lot of information out there for people that may not be quite as close to the whole processes as we may be. Even me myself, I'm not hugely up there with the exact processes as the vessel becomes, as it's prepared for flight. Because we quite often miss it here in Australia, being that it's really only coming up to 7 a.m. now. So yes, it's been a long night, but super appreciate you guys coming to check it out. What I will do, just as a quick thank you to you all, is just go through, answer a few questions. So if anybody's got any questions, let us know in the comments. Anything in particular about Starship, happy to have a bit more of a chat about it. We obviously, for anybody that's joining right now, we have a scrubbed flight, as far as we can tell. Whether there's any chance of it going later in the day, I don't know. I would say at this point not, even though there's quite a bit of time left in the window. I think the decision at this point's been made. If for some reason that changes, we might boot up another stream. We'll see how we go, but I haven't got anything official. I'm not seeing any apart from, obviously Mary's very up there with what's going on. I don't see any tweets specifically from SpaceX to give us much of an indication otherwise, so I would say that it's a pretty conclusive scrub at this point, pending any new information.
I'm trying to remember. Do they actually do they announce a scrubbed flight when they actually haven't even announced a launch time?
Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. We had knowledge of it being a day that they were going to attempt it, and all indications are there. I know there's a number of people that are sort of in higher levels of support there for NASA spaceflight who typically have a little bit more information internally. We've got a little bit of internal information that we get hints about, nothing direct or conclusive, but we get a general feel of what's going to happen. And the intention was certainly to flight today. I suspect most of the issues are caused by the wind there. It's just a bit high, and potentially the weather report's probably not looking like it's going to get any better for the next 4 hours, so they might just be calling it at this point. Good question there, though. Will they fly SN9 again if the flight is successful? And I've wondered this as well. If it was perfectly successful, they landed it, they would crumple the legs. They'd have to at least replace the legs. They would have to do checkouts on it. Would they potentially fly it again? I think the potential's there. If it certainly adds towards rapid reusability testing. If they can do a quick checkout, bring it back, launch it again, even if it fails a second time, at least they know, okay, well, these particular systems got hit harder than we thought. There was, there was potential there at one point. We thought that SN6 might fly again, or SN5 might fly again, and that ended up being something that obviously didn't happen. SN6 has since been deconstructed more recently. So whether they would do that, it's kind of tricky because SN10's basically sitting there ready to go, and they've had a lot of issues with SN9 around the Raptor firings. They've had to replace a number of Raptors already. I'm not sure how much of that was to do with the particular model of SN9, whether SN10's designed in any different way. To me, it seems like there's probably a way. They're iterative, right? So SN10's going to have improvements over SN9. They might be minimal, but they might be inclined to just get SN9 out of the way. That was successful if it is, and then they just fly SN10. And by the time SN10's ready to fly, by the time they did checkouts on SN10, there's probably another one behind it that's got new improvements again. So at the moment, they're kind of restricted by the launch pad. They've got Pad A and Pad B. Pad B is I forget which one we call Pad B, but the one that Starship's sitting on at the moment is the backmost one. I think that might be Pad A and Pad B might be in front, or the other way around. I can't remember, but it's very cool. Thank you, TJ Super Chat. thanks for that. What's your favourite pizza? I'm a bit of a barbecue meat lovers kind of guy in terms of pizza. I don't like anything other than barbecue pizza for some reason. There you go. Answered that expertly. What about you, Tony? What's your favourite pizza?
It's supreme. Just everything.
Yeah, everything.
and it must have pepperoni and olives. But yeah.
Yeah. Ham and pineapple.
Oh, there's a pizza. There is a pizza that's called an Aussie, and I don't know if it's done anywhere else. But basically, an egg is cracked in the middle of the pizza and cooked in the middle of the pizza. You've heard of an Aussie?
No, I haven't had one before. I've seen it, and it sort of grossed me out.
Yeah. I've never had one myself, but and I think the egg is slightly cooked. It's almost like an omelette.
Yeah, that sounds kind of revolting to me. In a way, I'm not sure about that at all. Taylor, did you miss the launch? No, you didn't miss the launch, Taylor. I'm afraid it looks like it's been scrubbed for the day. The wind is too high. As I said there, on the side of Lab Padre's very generously provided stream to us. No launch today. SN9 launch scrubbed due to high winds. So yes, that's the current news. We can probably start wrapping up there unless anybody's got any other questions. Again, just hugely appreciative of all the support you've shown today. It kind of blows my mind. I don't actually know what our maximum number of viewers was at any one point. I think we had over 4,000, which is, considering it's one of my first streams, that's pretty extraordinary to me anyway. So thank you so much everyone for signing in. Thank you to Lab Padre for providing the license for the stream footage, and thank you Tony for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you, and I hope all the people in chat have enjoyed listening to us banging on about Starship as well.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for listening, and I'd love to do this again, and certainly get some of my fellow artists back on board. And I've seen a few of their comments, and I can see that they're pretty interested to do the same.
Yeah. And look, I would absolutely love that. I think it would be great to chat through what some of the processes are, actually modelling some of these amazing creations that we see. I was expecting that we would probably be streaming longer, so I was going to talk about Corey's Raptor engine, sort of show some of the work he's done there. But yes, we'll leave that for another day. Hopefully we'll get a chance to live stream this again in the very near future. I am not sure what the weather's looking like tomorrow. I'm hearing reports that the weather's not really looking any better. In fact, it could be looking worse. Not sure how true that is at this point, but we'll soon find out. If I get the opportunity to stream a little later in the week, if maybe it's a Wednesday, should be able to have another crack at that. So yeah, fingers crossed everyone. It's going to be awesome to find out. A couple of people there asking, what is that bit of venting? I don't see any venting. But I mean, there's a little bit of there's a little bit of venting maybe around the fuel farm there.
I thought it was a glitch in the feed.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to see things too.
Yeah. So and I was like, I'm getting conflicting reports too, and I'm wondering whether it's being called too early. Honestly, like there's a number of people saying, I don't know why they've said it's called off. Because there is still quite a long time in the window. It's certainly enough. It's certainly enough. I just got a message in. Certainly enough to lose a little bit of confidence in the day. But is it 100% scrubbed, or is it likely to come back online later on? Because we are seeing a tiny bit of venting activity there from the fuel farm. I don't know if we've seen that yet, but it could be nothing. It could be just wrap up preparations and things like that. I think the main clue is that there is no... Just because there's no evacuations doesn't mean that it may not happen. I don't know how much notice they need for the evacuations. If it's more than... And maybe someone can answer me this question. If it's more than, say, the roughly 3.5 hours that's left in the launch window, what amount of evacuation notice is required there? Many people saying think you got some wishful thinking. That's more than likely true. That's more than likely true.
Someone's saying.
Yeah.
Someone's saying take a break. We'll still be here.
Yeah. I'm tempted to sort of maybe take a break anyway. Maybe leave the stream running, just for say another half hour, and then maybe we'll come and wrap up if we don't hear any news. I could definitely use a drink. We've been going for an hour, 2.5 hours now. Could definitely do with just a little bit of something to eat. And maybe we'll just leave the stream going, and we'll come back if something happens. We'll see how we go. Let's do that then. Let's take let's just take maybe a 20 minutes, half hour, and I'll come back. Awesome. And yes, if for some reason you're not available to come back, Tony, thanks again for joining us. It's been wicked having you here.
Thank you. No, I'll do. I'll be here. I can't go to sleep now. Couldn't miss it.
I'm sure that's true. All right, no worries. We'll keep the feed going. I'll switch off the cameras and stuff at the moment, and we will talk. We'll at least talk to you all soon, if not just to wrap things up. So yes, we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll be back soon.
Okay. I'll put the volume on.
Hey everybody, I am back. Hopefully you can hear me again. We have got some more news that's come in now. Seems pretty official at this point. The flight restrictions have all been cancelled, so that means essentially that aircraft are allowed to fly around again. It is not happening today, as I'm sure everyone's probably already discussed in the chat as I've been away having a quick break anyway. So yes, unfortunate, but it doesn't mean that we can't still talk about any questions that you may have in mind. So if anybody has any last questions, we still have 1,600 people in here, which blows my mind because it's essentially been an empty stream for the last 25 minutes or so. Yeah, feel free to let me know. A big thank you again to Tony for joining us earlier. Awesome guest. I would really love to have some more guests show up and chat about their passions in the stream. I think I'd love to get some of the artists in there. So I will have a chat to a few of them and see who is interested. I think it'll be a great opportunity to talk to some of the people here. But yes, test is currently aborted for the day. We are hoping that we may get to see an attempt tomorrow. Again, the weather doesn't look wonderful tomorrow at this point. It may change. Weather can change. So if that happens, I'll be back. Assuming that it's in a reasonable time period. Yeah. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm just double checking that everyone can hear me okay. I got a few people saying muted ? Am I muted? My voice is crystal clear. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. I thought I might have been talking to myself there for a moment. Leon, what a champion! Just on the close of the stream, donating through Super Chat there again. Thank you, mate. Which Starship is next in line for flight testing, and how close is it ready for flight testing? SN10 is the next in line. That is pretty much almost ready to roll down as far as we can tell. Not sure if it's got engines in there yet. I don't think it does have Raptors at this stage, but I may be wrong in that. We didn't think that SN9 had Raptors, and we were shown a sneaky picture from Elon Musk showing Raptors in there. So we don't always catch everything. A lot of stuff is actually done under the cover of darkness. So yes, I know. There was a number of there was a number of things that we missed the other week because it was all done overnight, and it's like, wait, when did that happen? So yes, sometimes that investigation goes deep into trying to decipher some images days later, trying to figure, wait, hang on, where did that come from? That came from there, that one rolled down to there. So yeah, for those asking, yes, it is indeed scrubbed, as it says there on the side of Lab Padre's live stream. There will be no flight today. Hopefully a flight tomorrow. If not, there is also closures still, I believe, on Wednesday. Wednesday's actually a better day for me. So if it doesn't fly tomorrow, I will actually be not that disappointed because I get to have a better chance at live streaming the next day. So I think that would be cool. We will just have to see. I'm just going to have a quick look just to see if any road closure stuff has been updated. I'm sure it wouldn't have. We wouldn't have had updates that quickly. So yeah, currently there's closures, road closures, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Wednesday. So that's potentially a much lengthier window. We'd probably see that be more refined, I would think, as they get close to that. So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on that over the next 24 hours. Hopefully send some messages out to you guys to come and rejoin again for the next attempt at this thing. But yes, what time tomorrow? So yes, all we know is the closure times at the moment. It's a very, very broad closure time right now. Hopefully we'll get more information as that comes in. Question: if I was given the opportunity to go to space, would I do it? Well, I would do it as long as there's been a fair amount of testing done. So if you've had a rocket that's done 100 flights and without any incident and that sort of thing, I would love to initially do an orbit of the Earth. I think that would be a wonderful experience just from the start. I know we talked a little bit about skepticism on certain aspects of what's been spoken about in the past. Earth to Earth is one of those things that is always hotly debated. I see why it's hotly debated, because it's essentially you need such a huge amount of fuel to get a massive rocket with 100 people into orbit, and then you need to bring them back from orbit and land. So if you're just doing that for a point-to-point transfer, so you're going from Australia to the USA as an example, that's a pretty good length trip right there. Normally that would take around 20 hours for me to do that flight or that journey. So in that regard, if you could do that in like half an hour, and then obviously on the return back another boost back, you have to take into account the much larger amount of fuel that's needed. I mean, aircraft are slower, yes, but they are much more efficient than a rocket's going to be. The velocities you're talking about to get up into orbit are they're astronomical. 7.5 kilometers per second or whatever it works out to be, off the top of my head. It's no small thing, and you've got to accelerate a vehicle right up to that speed, and then obviously come down and land, which is obviously the small part of the journey, because it's all atmospheric braking and whatnot. But I think really what's the main sticker in my mind is, well, would you really do that if you were just doing a trip for travel? And I think in general most people are like, let's take an aircraft, it's a lot cheaper, it's yes, it's going to take me a lot longer, but way less pollution, and that all assumes, of course, that the fuel for Starship isn't renewable. There's lots of talk at the moment as well about carbon capture technology. We saw Elon Musk tweet about that the other day, looking to donate $100 million or whatever it was, or whatever the figure was, for essentially being able to get the best carbon capture technology. Why? I'm assuming that was Starship related. It may not have been. It could have been related to other things going on, Tesla related things, perhaps, for or just general environmental reasons. But I suspect it was to do with producing fuel for Starship and Super Heavy. And look, if they were able to create enough fuel at the volumes they're talking about to be green, then potentially, there's probably more to talk about there. But I personally think that if you're going to do a flight on a rocket, you kind of want to experience space, right? Like, you don't want to go up and down in half an hour. For people like me, if you were paying, especially if you were paying 10, 20 times the cost of a flight around the world, if you're a space enthusiast, you want to experience space, you want to experience weightlessness, you want to do several orbits around the Earth, maybe you wanted to go and visit a space station, where we're talking about all sorts of tourism opportunities coming up with companies like Axiom, being able to integrate with the space station and then, being detached later. What an experience to be able to say, okay, it's an expensive journey, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We go up into space on a Starship Super Heavy, and maybe you stop over at a space station for 12 hours and do a few more orbits, and have the experience of a lifetime, and then come back. To me, I see it as a huge tourist opportunity, more so a fast point-to-point travel. I'm not sure what other people's opinions are. I just kind of feel like point-to-point travel kind of loses the point. But I could be wrong. You never know what's going to happen in the future. And like I say, if the fuel becomes something that can be renewable, you can obviously extract fuel resources from the atmosphere, condense them back down, produce the liquid methane. Liquid oxygen's no problem at all. Plenty of that in the atmosphere that we can extract out. But can you do it in the quantities needed to be sending up Starship after Starship, and Super Heavy. Remember, the Super Heavy alone is a monstrous amount of fuel. Just the Super Heavy, without Starship on top of it, is a monstrous amount of fuel. I do have the numbers written down here somewhere. I think. I can't quite recall off the top of my head, but I'm pretty, like, the actual Super Heavy propellant capacity is like 3,400 metric tons or something like that. It's like it's almost an unfathomable amount of fuel. And liquid oxygen, and they need to produce that for every launch. So you can obviously extract carbon out of the atmosphere. You can do that, but my gosh, you would have to run a massive amount of atmosphere through some system to pull that much carbon out of the air to generate the fuel needed. And maybe that's possible in the future when there's just a huge investment into carbon capture technology. And of course, if companies are being subsidised for having carbon capture technology, if they're able to negate their impact on the environment, if they're larger polluters, then plus more, plus being able to pull extra carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, then maybe it's possible for these fuels to become fairly cheap and renewable if it's being done at such a scale. But yes, that I see as a long way down in the future. And currently, I believe the intention, at least, is, especially at Boca Chica in the old gas well site there, they're going to be actually extracting fossil fuel sources for fueling the Starship, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so the future, obviously trying to be more renewable about it, but yes, until that day comes, I don't at all see the point of point-to-point travel being a thing that a large number of people are doing. Sure, it might be the super rich that might do it as a bit of a experience, but I don't think it would come into the realms of normal travel in any way. Welcome to Carbon there, Morfolov. I'm not sure how I pronounce that one, but welcome as a member. Most appreciated. Super chat there from Evan Kisby. If $5 will help you do more streams like this one, then here's $5. Keep it up. It will certainly help. It all helps, mate. It really does help a lot. Like I say, and I'm a little inexperienced with the way the monetization works on these. I believe people sort of see YouTube ads on the way in. So the more people sort of click in and out of videos like this, I guess, the more that accumulates to funding, and then we can pay for licenses for streams like Lab Padre. It's a little more difficult for me. I can't just go down to Boca with a camera. I'm literally as far away from Boca Chica as you could almost get, being in Tasmania. So, and given COVID restrictions, I'm certainly not going to be there anytime in the near future. Australia comparatively has been able to keep the pandemic under control, so at least to a reasonable degree. So we're very lucky in Australia. We do have the benefit, of course, of being surrounded by ocean. We can not easily, but much easier than other countries, lock ourselves away and say nope, no flights coming in, thanks very much, and that helped us a lot. And where I am in Tasmania, which is the little island down the bottom of Australia, even more so, we can just block a couple of airports and nobody can get into the state, quite literally. So, and we've done that a number of times. And we've really only in our state here only had comparatively a handful of cases, hardly anything at all. So we've been extremely lucky. We've been able to be largely out of lockdown the whole time. We've never had to wear masks. Not that that's a bad thing. If we had to wear masks, 100% have to wear masks. But it's something we haven't had to worry about. Other states in Australia have. So I'm super lucky where we are. Let's see what we've got. Other questions. For anybody that's just tuning in, there is no launch today. It is scrubbed. We'll be waiting for another attempt at that. Hopefully, we're hoping tomorrow. Weather's not looking real crash hot. It may be the next day. I will try to be there streaming away too, assuming that it's not impacting anything critical. So yeah. Let's see what else we've got here. just got my windows open, so I got a little bit more background noise. It was so hot in here as I was finishing a little bit earlier before I went on break. It was just starting to get sweltering. Summer here in Australia, of course. From Ian here, spend 14 hours on a plane and you'll appreciate the 45 minutes. So that's definitely true. I've done, the longest trip I've done is from here to, from Tasmania to Norway, which involved first flying to Melbourne, and then waiting for 3 hours, and then flying to Singapore, waiting for 3 hours, flying to London, waiting for 5 hours, and then flying to Norway. And we did all that in one trip without sleep. I think it was close to 30 hours or something, or 28 hours or something by the time we actually got there. I don't want to do that again. that was just brutal. And hello from Norway. Yes, I've been there once. I've been to Norway. Sadly, I was in Norway when I think it was almost right smack bang in the middle of winter. So we wasn't in the fun side of the year where it's daylight most of the time. It was pretty much dark. I think the sun was rising at 11 p.m. and setting at about 2 p.m. or something ridiculous. It's like, oh man, and we were in meetings for that part of the day, so we basically were just in constant night. So yes, it wasn't the best time of year to go. I hope to return there when, in more of a summer period, because that'll be much more fun, I'm sure. Love Norway though, it was super fun. And yes, certainly appreciate how many electric, the huge push towards electric vehicles that that locations like Norway have. I think it's really something that the whole world should be inspired by. Australia has got pretty ordinary policies when it comes to trying to increase the uptake of electric vehicles and things like that. So, I'm a big supporter of electric vehicles and trying to help push that. In fact, we've got potentially a supporter that's interested in working with us, and because it's an area I'm passionate about, I'm sort of tempted to get on board with that. So you may see that in some future videos. But yes. Not annoying her. I'm not going to read that one just out of politeness, but it's a nice comment all the same. What else have we got here? So is there any questions that anyone has about Starship in general, or even about some of the 3D artworks that some of the guys have done? I'm happy to hang around a little bit longer if anybody would like to ask anything specific. I don't often live stream, so it's probably a little bit more of a rarer experience than other creators that stream all the time. Got a few people talking. We've got here, where do you think the batteries come from? Where do you think electricity comes from? And look, we hear a number of these debates a lot. Electricity can be generated in a number of forms. In Tasmania here, as an example, we are almost entirely powered from hydro. So we've got wonderful dams and things. So our entire state is essentially green, with the exception of vehicles. And with the exception of some industrial areas in the state that mining facilities and things like that, they'll obviously produce carbon as well, just naturally. But for the most part, if Tasmania had battery systems in all their homes, and we do get pretty good solar retention down here. So if we were able to charge cars up off hydro, that's a really nice clean source of energy. We're not powering our homes with coal. So it just means that if we were to have that, we'd have a lot cleaner vehicles driving around. Certainly understand arguments about battery technology. It takes resources, it takes mining, and there's impact. There's impact in everything we do, but the chemicals used for batteries can essentially be recycled. So if you've got a battery, it doesn't mean that it's dead as soon as it's done its job. It can be recycled. All those chemicals can be extracted back out, and it can be remade. The important thing, of course, is that they are recycled and they don't end up in some tip heap somewhere and just crushed up and thrown away as scrap, because that is That is the key. It has to be a renewable cycle, and I'm excited to see it happen. But yes, it's not really the type of channel to go. I'm not a huge expert in it, but it's not really the type of channel to go into debates on battery technology versus other forms of energy. I'm just a big advocate for electric vehicles because they make a lot of sense. More as well because they can be fueled off any energy source. It could be wind, it could be solar, it could be hydro, and it obviously could be coal. You could power it off the dirtiest fuel imaginable. But the option is there. At the moment, if you want to drive a car, you have to go to the petrol station, the fuel station, and you have to get that type of fuel. There's no other option. If for some reason there's a future supply issue, which there will be at some point, it is not a renewable resource. We have to, at some point, transition to a renewable form of transport. So if it has to happen at some point, it may as well happen now, and that sort of thing. So yes, I won't go on that anymore. But yes, I love the show. Keep up the good work from England. Thank you so much, Scrum Queen. Thank you. And I don't see any other sort of queries around. Probably a few more comments on the whole energy discussion than I was really intending to go to. 7.2 test schedule. Look, I will not be surprised if we see that tested out this week. I think they're probably trying to work that around Starship. I mean, for a test of the test tank, I doubt they would need anywhere near the strict regulations for a Starship launch. You know, in this we want to make sure that the winds are at a reliable, or not a reliable, at a adequate level. Probably doesn't matter so much with a Starship test tank, which there could probably be huge winds and it's not going to make any difference. So essentially, what they want to do is just feed the liquid nitrogen into that and build up the pressure until it explodes. I don't have a concrete idea on when that's going to be. I suspect we could see it. We could see it by the end of the week. I was expecting SN9 to fly first, obviously. It would be good if that happened because there's no issues. If they don't have to worry about the distance from SN9 just to make sure nothing sort of flies out and hits it or damages it or anything like that. So I suspect they might still try to have SN9 fly, but if it keeps on getting pushed back, they might just test SN 7.2 anyway. I think that seems the most logical step to me. Leon, thank you for another super chat. Man, you several of them now. Thank you so much. Are you planning any live streams or anything like that for the Perseverance landing in February? It depends a little bit on... I probably should look it up actually and make a concrete plan, because we know when it's going to land. We know, regardless of what's going on, it is going to be attempting to land. It's only got one shot at it, so the time frame is pretty well known. It's going to land when it's scheduled to land, and that's coming up, as you say, in February, early February too, I believe. So it's going to be a great day, and I've got all confidence that it will work perfectly fine. I'll just switch on one of my lights here. Just couldn't quite see the notepad here properly. Look, I've got all confidence that it'll be fine. Obviously, there's a lot of similarities with the Curiosity rover. I think a lot of the systems, the landing propulsion systems, have been used before. So very confident with it. I know with the Curiosity landing, we were super nervous because a few of those things hadn't been quite engineered that way before. But yeah, it's something I'm extremely excited about. And will I do a live stream about it? If the time frame is looking good and we don't have anything else on, I haven't actually planned that far ahead, to be totally honest. I will announce it well before, and we'll go there. Question there from Sophie: are we back on for tonight? What happened? I was gone for a bit. It has definitely been cancelled, Sophie. No launch today. The the flight restrictions have all been cancelled as well, as far as I'm aware. So, yes, definitely closed for the day. Is there an SN10 ready in the pipeline? Yes, there is. It's basically sitting in the high bay right now, awaiting SN9 to get moving so that it can roll down to the pad itself. I suspect they could, if they wanted to, just roll it down very shortly and pop it up there on Test Stand B or Test Stand A, whichever one's the one that it's not on right now, and they could have them both sitting there side by side. I suspect they don't want to do that because SN9's still only the second vessel to attempt a launch. I wouldn't be surprised if we see SN10 and SN11 sitting down at the pad here at the same time. It'll be interesting to see. So yes, we'll wait and see where we go there. What else have we got here? Do you believe it will be possible to launch multiple starships at the same time? From the same site together? Probably wouldn't. They probably wouldn't bother doing that, I don't think. Not at least in the short term. I think eventually down the track they'd probably have lots of sites scattered around. There'd be adequate distance between them all so that if anything happened or exploded or didn't land properly, you wouldn't have another starship sitting literally 30 or 40 metres away like is the current scenario we see here. So I suspect we'll be waiting it down the track for that one. As we got here, so many questions coming in now. Matthew K. Well, they're saying the flight restrictions are still up for tomorrow. Yes, that is true as far as we can see so far. So I suspect they'll at least attempt to have a crack at preparing for that. If the weather turns out to be way past what's acceptable, then they may not even attempt it tomorrow. We'll soon find out. There's a comment here saying new TFRs now for tonight, but maybe just for tests as roads shut anyway. Yeah, look, that's true. I can't quite recall if they do the TFRs for test tanks. I can't quite remember off the top of my head what happened with 7.1. This 7.2 test vehicle's quite similar in its makeup to 7.1. I can't remember. Did they have any? Did they have TFRs for 7.1? I'm not sure. Somebody might know off the top of their head in the chat there. TFR meaning temporary flight restrictions. So that just means that you can't have aircraft flying around. RGV, aerial photography, as an example, is essentially grounded while the TFRs are open. So yeah, that's been probably a slight source of frustration as SN9's been being tested to try to get some runs on the board here. Hopefully tomorrow. At least today it was just weather related. It wasn't scrubbed due to any technical issue or engineering issue or Raptors being removed. It's just a weather related one as far as we know. Do we have a camera pointing on the test tank? I can actually bring the other camera back up. Let me grab it. Grab that for you here. I should really have all of these keyed in at this point, but it's I've sort of switched streams a couple of times to try to find a better view. It's very murky out there. Well, it was earlier anyway. I'm just going to have a quick look and see what... Yeah, wow. Padre stream's still just a big grey blob even now, so although it looks clear on Lab Padre's stream from roughly 9 to 10 kilometres away, it is certainly not clear. And maybe that formed part of the decision. When you're flying experimental aircraft, rockets, you want to make sure that you're getting good views, good camera views from it, especially when there's this much attention. So maybe the overall views are also not so great, along with the wind. Right, I'll just quickly switch this out, just 1 second. So that's the view from further away. Again, huge thanks to Lab Padre for supporting me and allowing us to sort of restream that stream. They don't have to do that. There's nobody, we absolutely ask permission to do that, and very generous of them to let us do it. Super appreciative, and we're obviously feeding revenue to Lab Padre to help us do that as well. So I'll just see if I can quickly boost up the quality of that, because it's not going to the correct quality by default. I wish I could somehow figure out how to make that happen all the time. So yeah, we can see SN 7.2 sitting there on the left hand side of Starship SN9. So a much smaller vessel. Really, it's really just a few ring segments with a thrust structure underneath, a typical thrust structure underneath, just to simulate the forces. It's made out of the 3mm steel instead of the 4mm that the Starship on the right-hand side of it has. So yes, it's aiming to obviously reduce quite a vast amount of mass, dry mass, off the vehicle if they're able to test that out correctly and make it and make sure that it's strong enough. It still needs to be strong enough to be able to stack a full set of tanks and all the associated living areas and nose cones and all that on top. So it needs to be not just strong enough for a test tank, it needs to be strong enough for the entire vessel. And whether they plan for it to be 3mm steel right up the vessel, or maybe more, or whether it's going to be used for the super heavy, remains to be seen. I think at the moment they just want to make sure that 3mm steel can hold the pressures needed, and then they will make decisions at that point. But yes, it's all aimed towards lowering that dry mass. The less the entire vessel weighs, the more mass you can get to orbit. And with Starship, it's a 1-to-1 ratio as well. If you can knock a kilogram off the mass of Starship, that's an extra kilogram of payload that you can put into low Earth orbit. And that's extrapolated along too. If you wanted to take it to land on the moon or to land on Mars, it's a direct reduction in that as well. Especially after refueling, you've got a new journey at that point to go from low Earth orbit off to your destination. So regardless, every kilogram that Starship has relates to exactly the same amount of payload that you can't take if it's heavier than it needs to be. For people asking what the launch window time is for tomorrow, we've currently got road closures between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. I think it was 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Whether that's subject to change at this point, not 100% sure. Typically your Starship launch times are a shorter time frame from memory. Today's was 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., which was reasonably lengthy. That was obviously a 6-hour window. It could be that the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is the entire window as well. That we'll have to see tomorrow. But at the moment, as far as we can tell, road closures are still scheduled in. I just refreshed the page just to make sure, and it's still closure scheduled. So we'll see how that all sits tomorrow. Yeah, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That is a huge range. And look, it could be a huge range because they plan to do other things as well. I don't think we're getting quite the amount of detail in the road closure information that we was. It used to be that we would get sort of fairly precise information about why it was being closed, and I think it's a little bit more obscure these days. So yeah, we'll have to see. It could be relating to 7.2 testing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're going to wait for SN9 to fly first before they start doing any tests on 7.2. It's going to be interesting to see. Wait, it still didn't happen? No, it didn't happen. It's cancelled for today, whoever's just joining now. Did the Raptors collide on SN8? I actually... makes me wonder, maybe I should actually rename the stream to Scrubbed. That would be the polite thing to do, wouldn't it? Instead of keeping the same title. 1 second. that will hopefully end a little bit of confusion. Apologies, I should have done that half an hour ago. Yes, the TFR for today was lifted. Question there from Fedora. Yes, that was lifted. So definitely scrub for today. Definitely scrub for today. Thanks for always giving us the best info. I don't know if it's the best info or just my version of the info that I know. I never claim to know everything. We've only got limited information when it comes down to it. We just have got a lot of wonderful people that communicate these facts to me. Even now, there's people in my Discord, there's people in the chat that are telling me things that I may not have spotted yet. That was definitely the case with Mary's tweet earlier. They the chat had jumped on it and found it before I had even spotted it. So most appreciated. You guys are part of the learning, and that's why it's such a great thing to be able to communicate live with you all, and which is quite a change for me. I don't do it very often. We plan to do it more often, so that'll be fun. Gameplay Review UK, Max is great filter, a filter for space news. A great filter. I don't know if I should be filtering too much. There's some, I quite often get asked, well, why didn't you cover the India launch? Why didn't you cover the Chinese launch? It's typically because I've had trouble with copy claims. I would actually like to cover them more, but I've been copy claimed on the ISRO launch once before, and I've been wary because if you get claimed on a video and the claim is seen to be legitimate, it doesn't matter if it's just 10 seconds of a 20-minute video, all of the revenue goes to them. And that means that I can't get the help that I need from the guys that are very awesomely helping me, Gameplay Review UK being one of them, helping me with lots of editing, Brenton Myers helping me heaps with scripting, Brendan helping me heaps with scripting. It's so awesome of them all, and I don't expect any of these people to do this for free. I pay everybody to do this stuff, and if one little clip brings down all revenue for the video so that I no longer can pay for the help I need and for the work that we're sort of shooting through to the team, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth the risk. It's unfortunate really that YouTube's like that. If it was a fairer system where it's like, okay, let's say you've got a 20-minute video and 2 minutes of it is something that is claimed by some company legitimately, and obviously we do everything we can to not be claimed by anybody. We always ask for as much permission as we can. But if it comes down to being claimed for that, you would expect that YouTube would say, okay, let's say you've got 100% of your revenue, right? You've taken say 2 minutes out of it, so that's your 10%. So you lose 10% of your revenue. That would be fair. What's not fair is for them to blanket say, nah, that's all ours, and there's nothing we can do about it. In the end, if they've said no, well, this is copyrighted to us, and it is legitimately copyrighted to them, and they don't even want us talking out the top of it, there's nothing we can do. Except for just say, damn, dude, we don't get paid this week. So it's unfortunate that YouTube works that way. I'm hoping in time there will be a fairer system, and I've seen it happen to other wonderful creators. Matt Lown was in here earlier. He's a friend of mine from back in the back in the Kerbal Space Program days, and I know he's been claimed for ISRO launches as well, and really over nothing, and he's lost revenue on it as well, and even as simple as using a music clip that seemed to be okay in the past, but now for whatever reason has had its copyright changed, and then you can be almost claimed, backdated claimed, and have your videos removed. It's so demoralizing when that happens, and we just do everything we can to not have it happen. And if that means that we can't cover the India launch, I kind of have to make that judgment call at the time. If it's a really impressive launch and we did more of a dedicated video around it, then maybe it's a bit different. But if it's a small segment in a 20-minute space news, it's kind of not worth the risk, sadly. which I think is unfortunate. Love the transparency, keep out the content. Yeah, I do get quite a few comments. Why didn't you cover this one? It seems like you're really paying more attention to the USA launch and Rocket Lab and whatnot. That's not really by choice. I'm trying to cover everything that I can realistically cover without having any sort of legal claims on stuff. So it can be difficult with some sources. What else we got here? I just skimming through the chat here. What do I do on a daily basis? That is a good question. I must admit I'm doing more time on YouTube now than my other job. I'm actually a web developer at a local company here in Tasmania, and we just mainly program in languages like PHP, JavaScript, a lot of the front end stuff. But I'm more focused on server side database stuff. All very boring to most people, I'm sure. So we make products that make people's lives easier, and I really enjoy the work. But at the same time, it's a little bit to fit in. And likewise, I'm still doing that role as well because I love it, but also because it's a bit of a necessity funding-wise to make sure that I can keep the team together and keep doing what we're doing. It's hugely... I can't even sort of explain what it's like to have the following that we've accumulated. We passed 250,000 subscribers not that long ago now, only really a few weeks ago, just prior to the end of the year. And honestly, it doesn't seem... It almost doesn't seem real. Sometimes I make up these numbers and stats and you sort of look at them and it almost seems like it's a fictional number, like just a stat. But you've actually... Sometimes I have to focus and realise these are real people. All these people are real people, at least the vast majority. There's obviously some robots in there somewhere, but that's an extraordinary thing to think about. And the watch time on the channel, it's like insane. I can't even really comprehend it. It's something like 500 years of watch time or something on the channel. 500 years. And it's like, man, like, should I have that amount of people listening to what I say? I don't know. I don't feel like I try to be an expert in everything I'm doing. Hopefully I get most stuff right, but yes, it boggles my mind to think that there's that volume of watch time going on. And I think if you didn't kind of sort of see it as a stat or just some numbers every once in a while, you would drive yourself mental, because right now there's 1,700 people here watching me talking about Starship, even though it's scrubbed. 1,700 people. Imagine standing in front of 1,700 people and talking. I can't imagine that, but yet I'm talking to 1,700 people now in a live stream without necessarily being able to see any of your faces, and I get to interact with you over chat, which I just find amazing. It all seems very new to me still, and even though I've been doing it for quite a while, How's the internet in Tasmania? Hopefully you can tell me that, because if you've seen any buffering or dropouts or any of that stuff, I'm hoping it's been pretty good. I've just recently been able to start thinking about doing this because I've had all sorts of internet trouble for the last 2 years or so, mainly to do with not so much the ISP, but some of the line work around here. It's been awesome to have a new upgraded plan, and today it seems to have been going really well. Please let me know, actually, just anybody in the chat there, if you've seen an unusual amount of buffering that you would normally not see, or obviously you need to be in a good area as well, otherwise you'd get buffering naturally. But hopefully the quality of this has been good. I'm going to give it a bit of a skim watch through after it all goes back up live, and just give it a bit of a test, because this is really the first dedicated live stream that I've really done. What's the weather like in Tassie? Currently it is hot. It's overcast and it's raining or drizzly, and it's hot. It's still about, sort of heading up towards 30 degrees, I imagine. Maybe it's more hot in this particular office because I've got a lot of soundproofing going on. Don't have really good air conditioning in this room, so I'm probably hotter in here than I should be. Heaps of spiders and snakes in Tassie. That is definitely true. In fact, anyone that hasn't been to Australia before, we've got some of the most dangerous animals in the world, insect-wise, snake-wise. We've got some pretty brutal ones down here. I've never really encountered one. It's not like you just walk down the road and there's snakes slithering all around the place. It's quite, you sort of have to go to the right areas to see snakes. But it really is a beautiful state that we live in. Anybody that is a traveller that would like to visit Tasmania, just have a look at some of the photos. We went up, took my wife and kids up to Cradle Mountain, which is one of the tourist locations down here. It's just such a unique, beautiful place. So if you're ever down the area, head to Tasmania. It's only a little hop across to the island from the mainland of Australia, we call it. So come down, hit us up. It'd be awesome to meet some of you. I'd love it if we had people heading down to Tasmania just to check the place out, because it's one of those places that doesn't get a lot of publicity, and it's just beautiful. Well, I've always lived here as well. I was born in the same town that I live in right now, and it's just awesome. Excellent. Lots of comments saying hasn't missed a beat. No buffering. Quality's great. Super smooth. That's awesome to hear. I was a bit concerned about what the quality would be like. In fact, we did a test an hour before and we had a bit of buffering going on, so I was a bit worried that might continue. Hopefully we'll have a nice smooth run the next time. I'm not seeing a huge amount of new questions coming through. Steve there, lived in Tassie for 16 years. Awesome, Steve. Yes, I've been here for 40. Christy Chips again, another super chat. My gosh. Hey, would you consider getting Scott Manley as a guest on your stream? I would love to have Scott Manley on the stream. The problem with Scott Manley is he's a very busy dude, and he's got at least 4 times my number of subscribers, probably more actually than last time I looked. So he has got a lot of things to do, a lot of collaborations, and to collaborate with somebody that is a quarter your size probably isn't on his top priorities. But I would love to have Scott Manley on. I would love to have Tim Dodd on. He's always going to be streaming these things in parallel with me, so that's unlikely. But yes, I want to bring more people on. I'd love to have TJ on from I Need More Space. We did plan to actually do a little bit of a guest hookup thing, but the timing didn't quite work out right, so I'd love to do one with TJ as a guest. All these little things I have to figure out. I know we can put in other video feeds from other people. The problem with, say, me and TJ, we're about as far away from each other as we can be, so you've got to get that all synchronized so that we look like we're talking to each other when we're actually, as far apart as we possibly could be. But yes, Christy, I would love to get Scott Manley on. I've done one little collaboration with Scott Manley in the past, and that was with a Kerbal Space Program collaboration station, which was a lot of fun, and that was way back in the day now. So yes, that was fun. Hey Marcus, do you like rugby? I don't really have time to follow any sport in any real way. The only sport I'm really following, if you call it a sport, is watching space news and that sort of thing. So yes, I don't really follow rugby. I don't really follow AFL either, or the cricket, which would seem bizarre for many Australians. But I just, if I have any time up my sleeve at all, I'd love to watch a sci-fi or read a sci-fi book. In fact, as a little plug, not as any paid plug, but just something I've really loved this series. If anybody likes audiobooks and they like science fiction, I can't recommend highly enough Expeditionary Force, which I will put a link. I'll put a link in the chat here for anybody that loves audiobooks. I just love this series so much. It gives me so much joy as I'm doing menial tasks around the house, whether it's just cleaning or, whatever. Just having an audiobook in your ear, listening to these books by Craig Allinson, and they're read by R.C. Bray, who's just my favourite audiobook presenter, reader, whatever you call them, actor, voice actor. It's just fantastic. I'll grab a quick link for you guys if anybody's into audiobooks. I just love it. 1 second. Not sure if anybody else is reading this series or not. I'm sort of still on the final book that's been released, but I just love them so much. They're so fun. Yes, Star Trek, Star Wars. I've never been fully into Star Wars so much. I always sort of grew up with Star Trek, so I'm quite enjoying Discovery, Star Trek Discovery. I haven't watched a lot of that yet in the last season, but yeah, big fan of Star Trek Discovery. I was always a big fan of Stargate, so yes, I kind of wish they'd bring out a new Stargate as well. What made you interested in rockets and space? It's actually a hard question for me to answer because I don't really recall an exact thing that happened that said, oh, this is now what I'm interested in. It wasn't like a lot of people always have a story, oh, it was when I was 4.5 years old and I saw this firework go up and I was hooked from that point. I don't think it wasn't really like that for me in any way, or maybe other stories are just a little bit exaggerated over time. I really started, when I was young, I loved the moon landing footage. I was never really super hooked on it because it was all so far into the future and nothing was really happening. So there was years and years that went by when I wasn't really following anything at all. I would say the thing that really got me back into it was Kerbal Space Program, because that let you play around with the real orbital mechanics. And if anybody here hasn't played Kerbal Space Program before and you kind of like this topic, I honestly, it looks like a bit of a kiddie game at face value if you haven't played it. Your little green cartoon character models or almost. Look past that though, because if you can be 80 years old and you could pick up Kerbal Space Program, learn a little bit about how to build a rocket, get in, and the most interesting thing to me was always the orbital mechanics. How do you get from a low Kerbin orbit in the game, which was equivalent, I suppose, to a low Earth orbit? How do you get there to a lunar orbit? And how do you intersect with that? And then you really do learn on, okay, I see what happens. You've actually got to extend out. You've got to accelerate on one side of your orbit to extend out to make it, to elongate your orbit on the opposite side. And all these sorts of things you just don't naturally know until you have to do it. You could read a heap of books and sort of try to understand it, but until you actually have to do it, I don't think it fully gels in your head. So when I was doing those initial missions with Kerbal Space Program, I think that was when I was really getting hooked. And of course that was the time when SpaceX was really starting to make an interesting name for itself, attempting to fly these old grasshopper vehicles, right? Like you had, and they were only seemingly small vehicles compared to, say, the full Falcon 9, but the small grasshopper vehicle, just watching this thing hovering around, and it was such beautiful footage as well, even back in the days that was launched. It was beautiful footage, and that in a combination with Kerbal Space Program stuff we had going on, and obviously I was building up a bit of a channel around that game and missions and all that sort of stuff. I think that was a combination of those two things really got me hooked over the last decade. But I've always had an interest in it, but I've never really been super hooked until probably would have been, I guess, around 2010 that I started really getting hooked back into it. Have you watched The Expanse? If so, how realistic do you feel it is? I think The Expanse is one of the most realistic shows that I've ever seen. I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier, with the exception of new exotic sort of fuel types and propulsion systems that may or may not be possible in the future. I think it's quite an incredible show. They really sort of show that long-term acceleration, long-term deceleration to get from one place to the other. I think it's a wonderful show. I wish I had more time to catch up on it because I'm well behind. Actually, I think I've only seen season 2. I think I've only seen season 2 at this point, so I'm well behind. For new people that are coming in asking if it's cancelled, yes, it is cancelled. Hopefully you're also seeing the title as scrubbed at the start. I'm trying not to mislead anybody at this point. We're really just in here talking and answering questions at this point. But yes, it is scrubbed, as is said there on the side of Lab Padre's stream that we're cross-streaming. JK, my grandma has an awesome colour book of the Apollo 11 space landing. In one of the photos there was a blue, clearly discernible light in the background of the sky. I asked her, what is that? Interesting. I would have to see the photo to know, or to even guess at it. Anyone know the odds of it launching early in the morning tomorrow? We don't know really anything at this point, I'm afraid. Weather at the moment is looking a little hairy, so I won't be surprised if it actually gets delayed another day. But hopefully tomorrow we'll see it go. Tomorrow, let's see. Is Marcus the Aussie equivalent to the everyday astronaut? That is a question for the audience. I would have to leave that up to you. I certainly don't do quite the amount of deep dive stuff that Tim does. I am always super impressed by everything that Tim does with his main videos. They're incredible. The amount of work and research that goes into them. I can tell you how much work and research goes into a 20-minute episode, which doesn't really have anywhere near that depth of deep dive information going on. And for anybody that's obviously anybody that's not following Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, go and do that right now, because he's incredible at what he does. He's managed to really almost make a complete community around everything, almost as an individual. He's been able to do that and progress so fast. There was a time, and I remember contacting Tim. I sent him a message, and I think he had maybe 20,000 subscribers. I think I had 40, something like that. I may be misremembering the numbers, but he had quite a bit less. And I'd seen one of his videos, and I was like, oh man, that's amazing what this. So I tried to contact him. I don't think I heard back from memory, but within literally a few weeks, he was double my size. He went from almost unheard of to double my size, and I think I had 40,000 base or something like that, almost in the course of a few weeks. And I was like, oh, okay, bye Tim. See ya. Probably never with the speed he was accelerating. And of course now he's, I'm not sure what his current subscriber count is 800 plus, 900 plus, 1,000. So yeah, he's got the awesome. I'm not going to say advantage. He's got the awesome location that he's with. He's able to get to these places really, really quickly. He's been able to get into Elon Musk's ear as so many times, and also interview him personally. I mean, that stuff is just mind-boggling to me. How he's been able to do that over in such a seemingly short amount of time too. So love everything Tim does. He's absolute champion. If I can even aspire to be the Australian Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, I would be honoured to be that. So yes. Shannon K, stop trying to steal people's money. Not sure who that's aimed at. If there's anyone stealing money off someone else, stop it. Scrubbed with bar of soap. Yes, check out Sci-Fi Central on YouTube. Tassie having a good dose of weather. Yes, Tassie has been having quite a nice dose of weather down here. We've had nice clear skies lately, but we have had a bit of rain overnight, so yes. And yes, for those people joining, launch is hopefully going to be tomorrow. We will see. It's definitely scrubbed for today. And the expected time to launch tomorrow is an unknown at this point. The times go to being from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. They open up the road, so no more testing. Max, can cover a bit more of Gilmore Space. Can I cover some more Gilmore Space in future episodes? Gilmore Space have actually just recently done a test fire, which I was informed about. And they actually had a little bit of footage, but I'm not sure how much that is intending to go to the public at this point. But yes, they are going to be doing some more testing here fairly soon, I think. At the moment, I don't know a lot about their fuel type and fuel mixtures, which I think is always nice to know about. But yes. I love Expeditionary Force audiobooks. Likewise, Kenneth, I think it's the most amazing series. I really love it. I really love the voice actor, R.C. Bray, big fan. So yes. Is this one going to stick the landing, says Danielson Gnomes? I hope so, Daniel. Danielson, I really hope that it does. I think it's got a better chance that they've got mechanisms in place, as far as I'm aware, that are going to address the issue with the header tank for the liquid methane. So I'm hoping that's all going to happen fairly soon. So yes, hopefully it will stick the landing. We will see. When will we see fully assembled Super Heavy? That is also a good question. It's been a little slower than I expected it to be totally honest. They've got lots of different sections stacked now, and they're also starting. We're also starting to see sections for Super Heavy Booster number 2. So that we're already starting to see signs of that. It is taking a little bit longer to see that stack going on, and I'm not sure if that's simply because they kind of wanted SN10 out of the way. It's possibly a little hard to work on. I think they've got kind of 3 stacks in behind there in a way, so it's probably a little bit hard to sort of get the space you need if you've got the Starship in front, but I might be totally wrong on that. It may be that they're just prioritising SN11 and SN10 to get down the pad, and then after they've got a couple of Starships largely sort of queued up, then maybe they'll have a bit more focus on Super Heavy. We'll have to see. It's strange because where will the oil rigs for Super Heavy launches be stationed? Not 100% sure at this stage. We know that they're working on the old gas well. I think that's your question. I think they're working on the old gas well currently. I sort of touched on that a little last week. So we'll have to see what the actual full plan is there. From what I understand, there's potentially some other issues where they're not able to start quite yet on what they wanted to do with the old gas well area. So yeah, we'll see. That we don't have a lot of information on. Have I watched Isaac Arthur? I have. I've watched a bunch of Isaac Arthur stuff. I'm a big fan of his as well. I love all that futuristic, to and fro with lots of potential. What you could do with Dyson spheres, all these sorts of really futuristic concepts that we're well away from. I tend to focus a little bit more in the shorter term, but in the longer term, if you want to check out some great sci-fi discussions and options on what's potentially what we could potentially have the capability to do in the future. Isaac Arthur, great channel, love it. And yeah, look, I think we're largely wrapping up here. I think we might try to wrap it up there. Super appreciate everybody coming and asking questions and letting me chat back to you. It's been so cool. I'll wrap it up for today. Huge thank you once again, and yes, we'll see you all. If we don't have another stream this week due to weather or something like that, we'll obviously see you in the video, in the normal weekend video. They are out every week. For everybody that's here, super appreciate you liking the stream, obviously subscribing. It all helps a huge amount to try to get the live streams out there. I don't think people kind of realise it's so heavily driven off watch time and likes. It's kind of insane. It seems stupid that you have to say, remember to like the video, but it literally makes all the difference in the world. So yes, thank you for that. And we will say goodbye for now. Thank you again. It's been a huge honour to do this. I will see you very soon, hopefully, for another attempt at the SN9 launch. Fingers crossed, we'll see it tomorrow, maybe, if not that, the next day. I'm hoping it'll be this week. It's all ready to go. It's all tested. all the preliminary tests were done successfully. The only reason for this scrub was just due to weather, as far as we know. So let's hope that we get another run at it very soon, and we'll hopefully see you all very soon. Thank you everyone for joining. Thanks for the interaction. Really appreciate it. Goodbye everyone. Love you. See ya. Bye.
Really is fundamentally a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to have a base on the moon. We're going to send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.